if the parents say that we are from that day, they will not give it. We won't make that call. You know, but I think it's important that all those cabinet were able to show that there has been that engagement from Netflix, and Netflix will also generate this report. But principally, policy making is the domain of the executive, but it benefits from the contribution of the rest of the country. And as and when Netflix completes that process, that's the last step that is there. And then we go to cabinet, and then we'll make the RFP available to the rest of the country, and it's going to drive our way forward.
And once again, Mr. Mankan, colleagues, just the last round up. Do we have any follow-up questions, any other questions? Any questions online? And in the room, I see Katrava. Any other questions? So we'll take Katrava, and then we'll take us through the online questions.
Mine is the I think this is about 3 years. How much of that?
Good morning, Vanessa. Good morning, Vanessa.
Business in a way that
Morning, Vanessa.
Okay, colleagues, without any further questions, we'll now take responses, and we'll then conclude today's meeting.
Thank you very much. I'll ask my colleague Becky to give you a flavor of expenditure when it comes to maintenance, but maybe address the issue of the National Treasury Republic program in its totality. This is really intended to help us from, amongst others, or more importantly, reduce the level of debt from the 450 billion number that people know acceptable and serviceable by the business going forward. So the aspects related to the reduction of the debt and aspects related to funding ongoing operations within the business and maintenance being one of those. Our maintenance programs previously suffered because capital was not available and trade-offs were made, which trade-offs translated to now all our maintenance plans for holiday and maintenance plan and inspect us maintenance plans for the place for us so time to ready ourselves to execute it. So we have no excuse to do talk to them. The issue of OEMs, OEMs and internal parts, our OEMs and internal parts teams deliver. So we have this conversation with the understanding that about improving the relationship and ability to deliver. This is what I have been doing. Improve the collaboration with them and also learn from the observations to date. Issue of skills is a country issue. The issue of skill shortage is a country issue. Ask any of the heavy engineering industries, they'll tell you but the skills are challenged, and we're beginning to see skills migrate from one employer to another. So even ourselves, so some of our staff move across and hire from OEMs or hire from other industries. So what we need to solve is the totality of the skill pool for the country. And we start off by working around our own sites and understanding what we need and preparing to support the projects that we have in the skill sets. And we think we will be able to solve this because this really makes on those sites first.
Thanks, Dan. Good morning. I think in terms of the maintenance, our maintenance is divided into, we say, three categories. We've got routine maintenance, which part of that is happened daily, and then we've got the general overall, which is mostly the capex part. That part is normally it's around that 1 billion per annum. And then we've got on top of all abnormal maintenance that when we are also doing a project, we are putting in the emission projects in different sites, like what we are doing as well in Quebec and most of our sites. That total capex is about 30 billion per year. So we are quite grateful that the board has allowed us to get those funding on time. So now it's a matter of executing. And then obviously dealing with this issue of how we execute them on time and then return to the on time. Because that's where the challenge is now, and it's something that we're working on. Thanks.
Okay. Good morning, honorable members.
I think that brings us to the end of the meeting.
Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Chair.
Recording in progress.
Morning, Chair.
Thank you very much. My word says it's 9:30 now. I think we can start with the meeting. Secretary, do we correct? Mr. King?
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, sir.
I was just admitting members and the department for just calculating members that are in the platform.
Okay.
Chairperson,
Yes, King.
I think we can start.
All right. Thank you very, very much, Secretary. Good morning again, honorable members and colleagues. I am now going to open this meeting officially. And we all know the purpose of the meeting is to continue with the business of our committee, the committee that deals with small business development. We want to see our people being developed with issues of business. And it's only us who can be able to assist them to reach their goals. So as I welcome everybody now, and we are going to hear the briefing from the department. I'm sure we'll hear what we want to hear, what will end up assisting the members in this country. So on that note, I want to welcome everybody and also to say to the honorable members, it's our time now to listen to the presentation and interrogate the presentation. Wherever we want to give the comments, we will, and where we don't understand, we'll have to really question the department so that they can at least make us to have confidence at the end of the day. So on that note, Secretary, we are on item number 2. the item that deals with apologies. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, DG. Good morning, CEO Sedfa, and our officials from both the department and Sedfa. Chairperson, the apology that I have received, it is the apology of the minister, which has indicated that she is attending a cabinet meeting, which is physically, and it has started at 8:30 in Pretoria. That's the apology that I've received, Chair. And then to check on the platform, we are having you, Chairperson, and we are having Honorable Kruger, we are having Honorable Singh, we are having Honorable Malimacha, we are having Honorable Java, we are having Honorable Bilankulu, we are having Honorable Chudela, having Honorable LP Sapo, and we're having Honorable Mulutsani. So those are the members that so far have joined the platform, or now we've just joined by Honorable Mafahane. And also we've just been joined by Honorable Inkosi Chuli. So those are members that have are in the platform, Chairperson. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Secretary. Allow me to really welcome the Deputy Minister in our meeting. Good morning, Honorable Deputy Minister. It's long that we've seen you in the meeting. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks. We can now continue with our program. We are now going to consider and adopt the meeting agenda. Honorable members, over to you. I see the hand of Honorable Sapo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you and everyone on the meeting. Yes, Chair, I move for the adoption of the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Honorable Sapo. The Honorable Sapo has moved the agenda. I see the hand of Dr. Malimacha. Chris.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, everybody on the platform. I stand to second the move of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Malimacha has supported the move of the agenda that was moved by the Honorable Sapo.
Where's the address?
Can we mute our gadgets, honorable members? Thank you very much. I see the hand of Honorable Shara Singh.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members. Chair, I don't have a problem with the agenda, but I would like to bring up one point that the Honorable Kruger and myself were not included in the mailing list when all the members were actually sent the committee program originally last week, Thursday. And Mr. Kunene has actually subsequently sent it when I put a message on the group. But my big concern is that this is the third time in the last 2.5 months that the Honorable Kruger and myself were not sent the documents with the other at the same time that the other members received it. And the chair, that has to absolutely be corrected because it's not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Ndate Secretary, Ndate Kunene, do you have anything to say, or do you have a fight with Honorable Sarah and Honorable Kuka, why are they not receiving the documents at the same time with the other honorable members? Do you have any reason?
Thank you, Chair. No, I do not have a fight. I do not have any negative reason. It was just an oversight. It was my mistake because the Honorable Singh and Honorable Kruger, they are using their other, what to call it, email addresses. So when I've put that the one in the group, that is the parliamentary email addresses. So it was just an oversight. And I am very much sorry for that. It's my apology. I will try to add them in the group with their private email addresses. My apology.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Secretary. I'm sure you have corrected that and you have added them because she's saying it is now the third term. The third it is happening for the what 3 times now?
That time.
It is happening third time that has been happening, and indeed it needs to be corrected. I'm sure you have corrected that. Are they now in your email list?
Yes, since the yesterday's one, they didn't have any problem of receiving them. That is why even when I was responding in the group WhatsApp, I was just under the impression that maybe they might have missed it.
Oh, okay. Yes, so it is corrected, Honorable Sarah. You and the Honorable Kruger are now amongst the list of those who will be receiving the documents or any message from the Office of the Secretariat on time. Thank you very much. I don't see any other hand. We can now proceed with our agenda. We are in your hand. Yes.
Chair, sorry, I was having a problem trying to put up my hand. Chair, the apology is noted and I understand errors, but the concern that I have is that in that original group, there's lots of members with email addresses that are not Parliament email addresses. I'm just placing that on record, but I accept the apology and I assume it will not happen again. Thank you, Chair.
Let me suppress you, Mama. He dealt with that. The secretary dealt with that when he was responding. I think it has been corrected. So let's just take it with a good spirit that you will continue to receive as you did yesterday. Thank you very much. We are in your hands, Secretary. On the next item.
Chairperson, the next item, it is the briefing on the 2024-25 Q4 performance report of the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, SEFTA.
Okay, thank you very much. We are in the hands of the department now. I don't know who's going to start. Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, give us the direction.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will open the discussions today or the briefing, if you allow me.
Continue, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the committee and honorable members. It is indeed always a pleasure to be here as we continue to account to the Portfolio Committee on the work that we do. Let me echo the apology from the Minister, who is currently attending Cabinet meeting, and I thought I should also just mention that on her behalf, as the Cabinet meeting is currently on. Of course, we are here as the department and the whole with the DG and our agency to report on the fourth quarter report, and we will be giving the details as the DG and the acting chairperson will then provide those details. The department has generally performed well in the fourth quarter, meeting 80% of its quarterly performance. From the perspective of year-to-date performance, in other words, annual performance, the department has achieved 88% of its target, which is an improvement from the previous 85%. And a significant improvement, of course, if we look at the previous years where the department landed on 60% of its target. This, however, doesn't say that we don't have challenges. There are areas of concerns which will be outlined as we go through the presentations. This is especially the case for our Program 3, which is the Integrated Cooperatives and Microfinance Program. Here, we only achieved 50% of our target in the fourth quarter report. And that, as I said, remains a concern, which will then, the DG will then talk more in terms of the remedial actions that we are putting in place to address this underperformance. When looking at Sedfa's performance, the agency achieved 73% of its quarter 4 targets. For year to year, Sedfa achieved 70% of its targets. The targets that were missed were around the outcome enhanced access to finance by MSMEs and cooperatives, where the organization only achieved 63% of its quarter 4 target and 56% of its annual target. High impairments and lengthy turnaround times also continue to be a concern as they keep on creeping and they keep on becoming something that prevents Sedfa from achieving its target. And the acting CEO will also explain why this is the case and what is being done to remedy this. There are also, of course, many positives to report. The loans that were approved exceeded the target, and also the funds that were dispersed also exceeded the target, which means that more MSMEs were actually helped or were able to also access finance. Sedfa provided financial support to 32,015 MSMEs and cooperatives in quarter 4 against a target of 23,527. For the whole year, the agency provided support to 165,068 enterprises, well above the target. We are also encouraged that Sedfa continues to strengthen governance with integrated policies and systems now starting to take shape. And I think the board is hard at work, and we commend the board leadership for providing this guidance and driving the merger process. The DG and the acting CEO will take the honorable members through the detailed presentation, and we look forward to receiving valuable guidance from the committee as we remain accountable to this committee, Honorable Chairperson, and we are looking forward to this engagement. The DG will then take us through the presentation, and the acting CEO of Sedfa will also take us through the details. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. The department might follow now.
Chairperson, sorry, before the department, I think we can acknowledge the chairperson of Sedfa because she is in the platform.
Okay. Thank you so much for the advice, Secretary. Chairperson of Sedfa, you're welcome in the meeting, ma. Be free to do whatever you normally do. And then you feel free to do the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I don't know if the department will start with its Q4, then we follow from that, because I wanted to do the remarks before the acting CEO comes, because our presentation is linked together. So I don't know whether we're starting or the department is starting from a presentation. I'm seeking guidance, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, the department are in the meeting, they must give us the direction, whether it's them or your first. Department?
Very good morning. Somebody else is unmuted.
Honorable members, can we mute?
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. Chairperson, the agenda that was flighted on the screen, it showed Sedfa as the first people that are joining. That are presenting. So I will assume that we are following that agenda that we have received and that was flighted on the screen. Then we, as a department, we then come in. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG. Secretary, please put the agenda on the screen again. Okay. We are now going to receive the briefing, performance report from Sedfa. We are here now. Somebody from Sedfa take us through.
Chair, I will open the discussion. Morning to yourself, Chairperson, and a very good morning to the honorable members and the colleagues from both the department and Sedfa. Acknowledge as well the Deputy Minister of the department and the DG and the acting CEO. Thank you very much. Chairperson, we are here today presenting our Q4 performance as the Deputy Minister has given a preamble. And as outlined, and of course, in the approved APP that was approved last year in October. So we were operating, Chair, in this period under review under very challenging times from an economic outlook perspective. I think we all know and see what is happening in the economy and how it affects our beneficiaries, the MSMEs that we support, Chairperson. Internally, we are not immune to those challenges as an entity that has just emerged, and it's trying to stabilize the operations, and it's trying to put together what it needs to be able to discharge the mandate fully and broaden its impact. Chair, we in the period under review, it was the second quarter under the Sedfa banner. We still dealing with the system integrations in terms of aligning as the three entities from a delivery point of view and have our systems speak. And not only that, Chairperson, we do know, and the committee has highlighted several times when we come and present our turnaround times and the issues that the small businesses have to adhere to get through to us in terms of our turnaround times. So the systems that we are busy working on and we are busy putting together will really come through for us in expediting our turnaround times and making sure that we deliver to our MSMEs on time and improve the turnaround times that the acting CEO will be able to showcase, which there's a huge room for us to improve in that space. We are not doing well in that space, and we are aware of it, and we are working on it. We're trying so hard internally to make sure that things work from a board perspective, from a board level. We've already done all the work that needs to happen to enable an environment for management to then be able to operate. And then, Chairperson, also we are under the recruitment space to bring capacity in the agency. we've merged. We've got a staff headcount that is coming from the 3 merged entities, and there's still gaps because of now the Sedfa's mandate has expanded. There's certain areas that would need capacity, that still need capacity in there, and of course, everyone is the committee is aware. Most of our all of our executives were on the acting basis. No one has a long-term contract as the norm in the DFIs or other SOEs. So everyone was acting to enable the merger process. I mean, there was an embargo prior to the merger that was there, which the department uplifted for us, and now we are able to do to close those gaps. And we've already gone out, Chairperson, in the market for executives. And also the ex officio directors, that would be the chief investment officer and the chief financial officer, and then the chief executive officer's position is still need to come, as the MOI prescribes the way that we should do things. Those 3 ex officios, as MOIH says, they're supposed to be approved by the board, but the executive authority should concur. So we are working closely with the executive authority, aligning in terms of the governance processes that we need to adhere to when we're delivering these very important task in making sure that we capacitate the entity from a human resource perspective. So that's where we are, Chairperson, in terms of the recruitment. We've done certain interviews have set for some position. We're still going for next week for more interviews. One of the adverts for the company secretariat will close tomorrow. Others have closed on Friday for the ex officios. So that work is being dealt with, Chairperson, and it's moving fairly quickly to acknowledge the need out there. We can't be coming here every time and saying we are still sorting our house and putting our house in order. So we understand the speed at which we should do it, and we are not resting to make sure that we create those resources. We make sure that those systems are in place so that we can then account fully on what's going on, having put an enabling environment for the agency to do its work. Chairperson, we've closed some capacity gaps already in terms of making sure that at least we can still do our work even on a temporary basis, even though we are still getting our house in order, as I have outlined earlier, Chair. In the quarter under review, we have managed to put together our 5-year strategy plan, which will guide us for the next 5 years as the institution, and all our annual performance plans will be feeding off that document, because it is the base for us as our strategy on how we should discharge our mandate and what it is that we want to see happen for the agency in the next 5 years, Chairperson. Chairperson, we have supported 62,321 MSMEs against all the challenges that I've made for both financial and non-financial support. I think the Deputy Minister has touched on other numbers, which the CEO will come. I think what is important to the committee, which came out in our last engagement, was the disbursement. There's always a challenge around how quickly do we disperse, so that the money must circulate in the hands of MSMEs and not being with us for the longest time. So there's some work there. If you compare the other quarters, you can see that the disbursements are coming, but we can do better. We are not happy that we've achieved this number and then it ends there. We still need to do more. We still have backlogs. We still need to make sure that money is circulating in the hands of those who need to do the work, the MSMEs of South Africa. So we have disbursed, Chair, 748.5 million in Q4, which it seems like a big number, but understanding what needs to go out there, it still is a drop in the ocean, considering the application and the demand that we are faced with as an organization. With the resources that we have, we are able to do so much and be able to at least try and push. Chair, from an outlook and where we're going as an agency, there is hope that once we settle and we solve these problems that I've highlighted, that we are already working on them, we should be able to see the numbers responding to the efforts that we are making behind the scenes and the work that doesn't get to be seen by the public. There's a lot of work that is going on behind the scenes that we really are making sure we work around the clock and stabilize this institution because of its mandate and the economy there for small businesses and understanding what it is that they need to see happen. So, Chair, I will pause here with your permission, Honorable Chairperson, and request the CEO to take the committee through the numbers and zoom into what we've done, Chair, if you may allow. Thank you. And back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Chairperson of Sedfa, and thank you for the overview that you just put before the committee members. I was happy that at least you touched on the issue that you're still putting your house in order, but for now, we will expect more than putting it in order. We want to see it being in order. Chair. So thank you very much. Over to the presenter.
Thank you, Chair. King, if you could enable me to share.
Yes, I've done it, CEO.
Thank you. Just sharing the screen. Thank you very much. I think I've been able to share. Honorable Chair and honorable members, good morning. Good morning again to Deputy Minister, DG, Chairperson, the DSPT and Sedfa colleagues that are present. I think my job is a bit easier. The Deputy Minister and the Chairperson have covered quite a few of the issues that I needed to cover, but I will try to go into detail on some of the matters. The presentation is as follows. We have introduction, which the Chairperson has covered. I will not go into details, covered all of it, but I would just maybe go to number 2, which is a summary, and then I will then deal with our performance versus the targets. Then the CFO will come in to deal with the financial section, also at high level. I do have the CFO and the CIO chair as usual when we come to this committee, so they're here to support the work and also respond to some of the questions relating to their functions. And then we will touch a bit on the support functions, the work that we've done on the support functions, and then high impact projects, and then just the selected supported client stories. I would not go into details. The committee members, I'm sure they have also gone through those additional slides. As I said, the introduction has been dealt with. I would not repeat that part. I would just go straight into what we've been able to deliver in Q4. Honorable Chair and members, in Q4, we have been able to reach out to 62,321 small enterprises in the country, and we've broken down that into financial and non-financial support. From a financial perspective, 32,000. And then from a non-financial support, this is just high-level summary. I will also go into the details. From a non-financial support point of view, then we're able to reach out to 30,306 small businesses. We have been through those efforts that we have. As the chair said, we're stabilizing the organization and will continue to do so because the measure is not just on paper, but it has a lot to deal with people, employees, processes, systems, policies, everything that needs to be put in place once the document to say match has been signed. And as we're busy with that, but at the same time, we understand that we have a mandate to deliver to our small businesses in South Africa. As a result, we are doing both, managing everything, employees, anxieties, issues with the unions, and so forth, as far as this process is concerned. But we also deliver on the mandate, and I think our employees are pushing very hard, to deliver to the small businesses in the different branches and districts of this country. So we've been then able through that to deliver 43,592 jobs, and that we've broken it down again into jobs created and jobs sustained as per the committee requirement in terms of what we've done under financial and what we've been able then to achieve under the non-financial support. So in total, under the financial support side of our business, 36,000 jobs in total, and as I said, broken down into created and sustained. And then again, under the non-financial part, we've also has 2,140 created and 5,209 sustained, and total 7,519 jobs in this quarter in terms of jobs facilitated. But we've broken it down so that the committee can see. I will further explain this issue as I move down and providing more details. On approvals, we are sitting at 688.9 million for the quarter. That's what we approved for small businesses, and we're able to disperse 748.5 million to small businesses across the spectrum from the micro to small, medium businesses. And that's what we've been able to do, but I will then take the committee through that versus the targets that we had in the quarter. But this is just high level in terms of the funds approved and the funds that have gone to the small businesses. We then also at the same time want to deal with the non-financial support, while just dealing with the financial support. We have been able to support 8,005 businesses through our non-financial support, and that is mainly on business planning, registration, advisory, access to finance, and concept plans, amongst other things that we're doing for the small businesses. And this is just us, mentioning a few of these things, and there's quite a lot, that is covered there. And these are the activities where you see that you've supported a lot of businesses, but we haven't created jobs as yet. Because if you support someone doing a business plan, there's no job that you're creating at that point in time. But when that business plan becomes a business, then that's when we go back and are able to say, okay, what jobs have we created? If we assist them with registration of their business, we're not creating jobs at that point. If you're advising them, and you're helping them with applying for access to finance from the via different DFIs and so forth. So we bring this concept to say there are interventions that we do that don't lead to jobs immediately, but over a period of time, then we begin to measure those jobs. So that's why the number of business assisted vis-a-vis the jobs sometimes, there's a big lag. Again, on the quality interventions that we've done, about 13,098 small businesses, just quality intervention, productivity improvement, which some of them may not lead to additional jobs, and when we say we're assisting access to market, that at the point where the purchase order that you've received is now resulting in more business and more jobs, then at that time we go back and start counting. And when you take them to trade exhibitions overseas,
again, that's an opportunity for them to market their products. When does the business begin to expand and to create more jobs? When the orders begin to come and agreements are signed, and then business starts moving. And this is just a process where we say we go back 6 months later, again 6 months later, following up on these businesses to see if these interventions are creating jobs. And then on what we do as part of our bread and butter is the training on small businesses, and we're able to then train 9,203 businesses across the quarter. That is basically on business skills, startup training, financial management, quality training, and so forth. That is just some of the peaked highlights in terms of what we do, but there's more work on the following slides in terms of what we do. But one wanted to highlight that and then get into what we've been able to disperse to Black-owned small enterprises. 597 million was dispersed to women-owned businesses, 353 million, youth-owned businesses, 125 million, and then disbursements to entrepreneurs, to businesses owned by entrepreneurs with disabilities, 762,000. Township-based enterprises, we dispersed 79 million in the quarter, and then rural facilities to rural-based small enterprises, 422 million. And this also talks to the network that we have with our partners in delivering this work. High level target versus, performance versus target. I am aware that we had in the previous few, I think 2 quarters, we had an issue with us not meeting the approvals for a quarter. The CIO has been working hard in getting the deals through and getting the deals approved in the last quarter, which is Q4, and we're able to meet and exceed the target of approvals, which we had not been able to meet in the previous quarters. As a result, because of that, even though the catch-up was there, but we were not able then to meet the annual target. But I will not spend time on the annual numbers because those numbers are being looked at and consolidated and audited, and we'll present those numbers when that process has been done. But I will just stick to Q4. And funds dispersed, we had a target of 432.8 million. We're able to achieve 748.5 million, which is 173% of the target. So more money getting into the hands of the small businesses. As I said, I won't touch base on the annual numbers, but again, we've done an incredible job in terms of just getting the money to circulate within the small businesses together ourselves and the intermediaries that we work with. I've touched base on the jobs. I will not repeat, except to just say that from the financial support point of view, the target was 527,000 businesses, and we're able to achieve 136% of that target, and so as the jobs that I have spoken about. Overall, then performance for the quarter, it's been discussed, the chair and the deputy minister also spoke about it, except for me then to just highlight that what we didn't achieve then was we're measuring 44 indicators, and we achieved 2 of those below, so between 75 and 99%. Work was done, but we were not able to get all of them, all of it to get 100%, because we don't count anything below 100% achieved. And then we've got other 10 of the indicators, again, of the 44, were below then the 75% mark. And we'll then also just go through that with that 73% being achieved for this quarter, as highlighted in green. I will then this slide then just shows the breakdown to say in terms of our outcomes that we're measuring or that we're meant to deliver, and the indicators. This is the 44 I was talking about. This is where we achieved 100% and above on 32, and then achievement between 75 and 99% with 2 indicators, and then below 75 with 10 indicators. I would then just take the committee through this part of the presentation of the scorecard. explaining those that we've achieved between 75, below 100% rather. And then after that, I'll go to what we've achieved 100% and more, depending on how one is doing time-wise. So in outcome one, we talk to increase growth and sustainability of small businesses or MSMEs and cooperatives. We had, for this quarter, we had 15 indicators that we needed to achieve as per the APP. And we're able to achieve 10 of those above 100%. And then we have 5 that we missed on outcome one. And we missed some of them on technicalities, but we understand that some of the things had to be done before we could recognize. We are saying that one of them that we were not able to achieve is the asset assist program. We issued an advert in December. We closed in January. We're able then to adjudicate and approve transactions. In total for the year, we are sitting at 1,247 approved asset assist transactions. That's the target of 1,000 that we had to achieve. However, we are currently in the process of we're notifying the small businesses that are approved. We're getting into contracts with these businesses, and then we'll then disperse. And it's only then that we'll count, because we want to count the money that is out there and is with, but we've committed the money in terms of the approvals. So between the end of January and now, we've been able to do the work and put teams together to look at all the applications and start adjudicating, and we'll continue with the process. So we're saying even though the approvals did take place, we still have to then disperse. Hence, we didn't count it because we still need to disperse. On the general dealer program, and I will group these two: general dealer program and the product markets. Also, we did not achieve. And we're saying on general dealer program, the decision was to restructure or review the structure of the program, so that then we're able to deliver this via the provincial network following the DTM plan, because we believe that the provinces are at the heart of this work, and will then be able to partner and deliver this work going forward. The TTA, some of the members were at the Small Business Presidential Awards. This program was to be achieved via the Small Business Presidential Awards. We're able to deliver the technology transfer assistance, which is the equipment, to award some of the winners. We selected top 5 because there were only 5 categories of the SMEs that were deserving winners. So we're able to then award to the 5, but the target was 6, so we missed the target just by 1 for the year. So we're saying again, we achieved 83% on that one, and then the product markets. The issue then was that program also being reviewed and merging it with the shared economic infrastructure facility program of the department. So that as the entity in the department, we are not offering 2 similar programs, but they're offered from one place, so that then we're able to offer these services to the small businesses. On the development impact or outcome 2, there were measures that we missed, but maybe I'll go into details on when I deal with the detailed submission on the finance side. We know that even in the previous quarter, we had missed the target of youth-owned businesses, but we've done some work, and the members will see when I touch base on it that even though we missed it narrowly, and we keep on improving that and engaging the different agencies as advised by the members, your NYDA and so forth, as far as the youth-owned businesses are concerned. That we're not able to convert some, even if we engage, then they give the pipeline, we have to analyze. So, but there is work that is being done. Then at some point, we'll see the results of us engaging and getting the youth-owned businesses through. But also we had a challenge on this one, on the funding, that was available for the youth-owned businesses. We utilized all the money that we had ourselves to fund the youth businesses, but obviously that money was not sufficient on our to cover and meet the target, mainly because some of the money we could not access, which is part of the money that we're supposed to get from the EU. As a result, then we're not able to achieve this target, but we are engaging some of the partners to also make sure that we always have a strong pipeline on the youth-owned businesses. But what we allocated for youth-owned businesses, we're able to use or to commit that money. There was nothing that was left on our side. On the issue of turnaround times, I think the DM and the chair spoke about it, including the issues of the systems and so forth, that we're still lagging behind on this, but we are doing investments to make sure that we improve on this, including the issue of the moratorium on employment, which has been lifted now that we've merged. We then are looking into the market to make sure that we've got the right employees, because for 3 years we're not able to have the right quality employees, and that has shown over the years. But we are fixing that, and we've given ourselves these timelines to say we need to fix the organization and have the right employees and the right systems for us then to deliver and improve on these matters. And then on outcome 4, what we had missed really was the issue of only one indicator was missed. We achieved 3 out of 4. 3 were achieved above 100%, and we missed 1 under this outcome. And the one that we missed was trade, us where we take small businesses into overseas trade shows, and for them to be able to showcase their product and be able then to get more or open markets for themselves. And we did not achieve just on that target, which we call trade missions. And the real reason is that we had prepared the small businesses to embark on the journey to advertise and market their products with a view to increase their market, increasing their revenue, increasing productivity, and employing more people when these orders materialize. However, some of these then were cancelled last minute by the countries that we were working with. For example, the Istanbul Leather and Textile Exhibition was put on hold, not by us, but by the organizers. And they said, we're moving it to this new financial year, when we're supposed to take 15 clients there. Again, Mauritius, the Inuit mission was also postponed due to elections. And so we're not able to do the work. And we're supposed to take 60 clients there. So, but we will be getting back again, Amazon and so forth. So I'm just showing that these are measures that the target would have achieved it, but they were beyond our control in terms of this being postponed. But you can't substitute these, because there's a lot of work that the team puts over the months to get to prepare the small businesses to get to the event where they'll be able to be ready to market and engage. So you can't just substitute overnight. And that's the challenges with trade missions, because they talk to international and they're very much specific. So we're not able to achieve that. Overall, in terms of the support, focusing on just the next 2 slides, this slide and the next one just talks to the stability in terms of what we are doing, currently, and that even though we're merging, but the entity is not collapsing, we're doing everything we can to make sure that we stabilize. The chair spoke about executives. With all acting executives, we're still able to achieve some work, but there's a big room for improvement that we need. And we're hoping that once we stabilize and we have all the executives coming in, at least on a 5-year contract, then you have a clear commitment and a clear path in terms of way forward and work that needs to be done. But however, we are saying that we have been able to achieve the targets that were set on the 6-month APP that was approved by, that was presented to this committee and approved. And we're able then to achieve some of the measures from a financial point of view. We're able to, in the 6 months, do 1.3 billion, 1.3 billion of approvals, achieving 105% of the 6 months target that were set, and the disbursement, again, achieving 164% of the target on the 6 months. And then I would just leave the rest. But all we are showing here is that from a financial support point of view, we are stable, but there has been problems that had made us not to meet some of the targets before, but we are moving and we are stabilizing the organization. And then on the issue of the non-financial support, again, with an exception of the trade missions, we have been able to achieve what we're meant to achieve. I'll go into details, Chair, with speed on now, I won't touch on what we've been achieved because I've dealt with it and the reasons for that. But on rural, on the business development is outcome one, which is increased growth and sustainability of small enterprises. We focus on rural-based businesses in terms of non-financial support, and we had a target for Q4 of 4,850. We're able to achieve 8,000 on that. Again, doing more than what we need. As I said, I've covered the ones in red and explained the rationale. We're also able to achieve on the businesses that we want to scale up on priority sectors with a target of 35, and we're able to achieve 57 of those businesses, which gives us 163%. On then business development support, which is not rural, which is more urban and township, which is more rather urban, which is not township and rural, with a target of 750, because we support every business, township, rural, urban, with a target of 750, and we separate the township and the urban deliberately because we don't want to cluster that. We want to see if we are supporting the township and rural businesses, and also how we're faring as far as the urban, even though the numbers are lower in terms of the target there, but because we want to make sure that we develop this township and rural market even further because they were previously disadvantaged. And we had a target of 750 for the quarter. We're able to exceed that target and achieving 1,351 in that space. Again, with training, I've spoken about it, with a target of 7,500. We're able to achieve 9,203 businesses that were trained, as I've alluded before, in terms of what kind of training we were able to do. On cooperatives quality improvements, again, we achieved more. We had a target of 40 for the quarter, we achieved 91. On productivity improvement, we target of 40, we achieved 117, again, achieving more than what we need. And also to us tracking the businesses that we are funding whose turnover is increasing by 5%, we're able to also achieve that, which shows that our interventions that we put also do result in turnover increase. And I don't want to go to all of them as they are green. I'm just taking a few of the green ones. I've spoken about jobs sustained, and I've broken these jobs down. I would maybe, to save time, let me not also over explain that, because I've taken the members through the issue of incubation program. We're able to achieve the target. The rest is just the TTA and the product markets that I explained why we're not able to achieve. Jefferson, again, on some of these matters from a financial outcome to access to finance, we are saying that we're able to, in this quarter, achieve the approvals target, which we are not able to approve. I've spoken to that, and disbursements, we're above the target of 432 million, 433 million rounded up. We achieved 748.5 million, which is above the target that we had. And then trickles down to the number of businesses financed. I've spoken about them in terms of breaking down the 62 to 32 and 30, and we're able to achieve more than the target. The target was 23. We achieved 23,000. We achieved 32,000 on that one. And the jobs, as I said, I have explained. Disbursement to black-owned businesses, Chair, I also did touch on it, that we had a target of 303 million. We achieved 597 million money dispersed in this quarter to the small businesses. And then the issue of women-owned businesses, again, the target was 173 million. We achieved 353 million rounded up, which was the target achieved. I've engaged the committee members on the youth businesses, and I think I want to touch base on, and the youth businesses, for example, we achieved 96%. We missed that just by 4%, and we continue to improve in this space. I think we had even a larger percentage in the previous quarter, but we continue to improve here. We achieved 96% of the target for the quarter. We are doing some work, pre-investment work, on the enterprise owned by persons or entrepreneurs with disabilities. In the current quarter, we reached out to, on the non-financial support, the issues of training and all that we offer. We reached out to more than 800 businesses from a non-financial support point of view, cultivating this, creating a pipeline for funding. So we are doing some work on just creating a pipeline and making sure to engage various entities. And from a non-financial support, we did engage more than 800 businesses in the space with a view of preparing them for future funding, and we'll continue to do so. So to create this pipeline and we get them to fund businesses in this space. I think the issue of the turnaround times and the issues of what we're doing, I've also touched base on it. That covers all our turnaround times, separated into 3. I won't touch base on this one in terms of 2.14, but we're able to achieve it with more of an internal merge, and the number of products that were new products approved also were able to deal with this target. The big part that I want to talk about, Chair, maybe trying to save time, I'm trying to see if I've covered all of it. This one is more on, outcome 3 is more on really on our cooperatives, the cooperatives work that we are doing in terms of ensuring economic transformation within the communities in the co-op. This is the work that was previously done by CBDA. We are saying that at least on this part, dealing with cooperatives, we're able to achieve all the targets. There is no target that was not achieved and outcome 3. And we continue to train in the cooperative space. We continue to engage our partners in the cooperative space. We continue to communicate and do publications. We also dealing with the cooperative banking institutions, so we're able to meet the quarterly targets, and as a result, also annual targets were met, and we prioritize the space of cooperatives as now that we've merged, and the plans that we have for the cooperative banking institutions in terms of supporting them will then also be revealed. But safe to say that we've been able to at least to approve some grant capital for the CPIs. We're busy engaging with them on that, so that at least they're able to start lending. But we'll report on that in the next quarter, because this is our priority, to make sure that we reach to rural area cooperatives and are able to get funding closer, other than them, going far to look for funding. And these CPIs will then play that role for the new entity in terms of lending into that space and partnering with us to improve the issue of the cooperatives. So I've touched on the issue of localization and market penetration. We're able to achieve all of them, international markets and local markets, except for the trade missions, which I have explained. Chair, I just want to move quickly then to the financial performance, and through you, Chair, request the CFO to take us through the financial performance.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Just on the financial ratios, I'll try and keep it brief. We have achieved 60% on the cost to income ratio versus a target of 87%. This is really favorable because we've been able to save on some costs. The cost savings are mainly driven by the personnel expenses, which I'll explain when we get to the statements of financial performance, and slightly higher than budgeted investment income and a higher share of equity profits from investments in Sedfa. Growth in revenue and investments, you'll see, is also slightly better than what we had budgeted. Then if we go to the statements of financial performance, we're looking at the statements of financial positions. So here we've got for Sedfa net asset value of 3.6 billion versus a budget of 1.5 billion. The reason that we've done so much better on the overall net asset value for Sedfa is because our budget didn't originally include the conversion of the RDC loan to equity. And in addition to that, Sedfa, you'll see, also made a draft net profit, which has further improved the net asset value position of the entity. We can then go to the statements of financial performance. So this is traditionally our income statement. You'll see that there is a draft net profit at the end of the financial year of 335 million. As I said earlier, this has really been driven by the significant savings we experienced on personnel expenses and also the investment property expenses compared to what we had budgeted. On personnel expenses, as the Chair and our CEO alluded to, we are still busy finalising the capacitation of Sedfa and filling the structure. So we had budgeted to have some of that done already. And on investment property costs, we're trying to really make sure that where we are spending on the properties, we're only spending on properties where it's absolutely necessary and we will see a bit of return. I think the last thing I just wanted to highlight is that these numbers are unaudited. We are busy going through the audit process, so there may still be some changes. These are draft numbers. There are still possibly some audit adjustments that will come in. Thanks very much.
Thank you. CFO, I would, Chair, I know I've exceeded my time, but on governance, we are good. There has been committees that have set to run the organization from a board point of view, supporting management in delivering on this mission. I won't touch base on the issue of human capital. The Chair spoke about it, and the jobs and the EXCO, and I also touched on it myself. These are just the coordination communication issues that we did in the quarter. And then the high impact projects, just showcasing the partnerships that we have with the sitters, the learnerships that we are running, the interns that we're able to bring in, and creating jobs on the internship side, talking about your 50 learners that were recruited with the PCTA, and also some of the ARPL, which is a recognition of prior learning, where we have 600 students, dealing with their trade, or we are training them to obtain their trades. These are people that have been working for a long time, but they don't have the certificate. So we are retraining them so that they can write trade tests and so forth. The small businesses, so that they can improve at work environment, and they can be, they can then come back and impact or have knowledge to do things differently within the small businesses where they work and where they operate. And we've got these businesses, these learners coming from the small businesses and so forth. I won't touch base on a lot, but I was just saying, recognizing the skills that people had and giving them the papers and training them to get the papers becomes very important in them running their businesses efficiently and also growing within the work environment. We've got our ASD programs. I won't go into details, but we have partners that we are dealing with in this space also. And then the clients, I had indicated that I would not go into details, but some of the clients from Western Cape, Mpumalanga, and also Northern Cape, and lastly, Limpopo. Chair, I would leave it there. I do understand that my time is over. Thank you to you and the members.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO Mbata. I am sure when the DG is going to talk to us, they will start by at least explaining as to how long are you going to keep on being the acting CEO. I'll allow the department to do their presentations. I'm sure the honorable members are meeting what they are going to raise. And then after the presentation of the department is then that we can take it from there. Thank you very much. Over to the department.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I'll wait for the presentation to be flighted. And
Yes.
while waiting for the presentation, greetings to the chair and the members, the deputy minister, the chair of Sedfa, my colleagues, and also both from the entity and from the department that are here supporting us today. Can you please put it on flight mode? I mean, on slide mode. Thank you very much. Chairperson, I will not be that very long, but the first slide does show the deputy minister actually touched on the issues that are worth mentioning in terms of the figures and what we have achieved and what we have not achieved and what we are doing about it. And rightfully so, DM also mentioned that we will be able to talk about the issues of what is it that we are doing about the areas of non-achievement. The presentation will just touch on the issues that are there on slide 2, the governance compliance, which I'll run through quickly: overall performance highlights, the underachievements, and what we do about it, human resource report, the preliminary financial report, which will be done by the CFO, and then the overall performance by program, which I will not go through it because it would have been covered on slide number 3. Let's proceed. On the background and the purpose, very clear. Just it's us today presenting the overview activities of the department in line with the PFMA, the treasury regulations stipulated. But again, most importantly, to also mention that the 2024-2025 Q4 performance report is made on the implementation of the output indicators and the annual targets set in the tabled 2024 annual performance plan in respect of Q4, also touching on our actual output and also for reasons for deviation, corrective measures for 2024-2025 Q4, the human resource report and the financial report. Chairperson, honorable members, I'm pleased to also present that in terms of governance and compliance, we are expected to make sure that all those structures that are there and the different type of committees and the meetings, they do take place because that is where crucial decisions are made. But moreover, in the department, we also have what you call a Min-Exco, which is chaired by the minister, although it is not here. It is a very crucial structure for us in terms of engaging with the principal and be able to be guided on issues pertaining to the department. Thank you. Let's proceed. Again, on these issues, just high on 2.1, we have complied with all those relevant prescripts that are there under 2.1, all those bullets. We also have complied. We submitted the 2024 Q3 performance report to the minister by the 29th of January. We also submitted the 2024 Q3 performance to DPME by 30 January. We met the deadline. Also organized and hosted the SPT final portfolio strategic planning session by 11 February. We presented the 2024-2025 Q3 performance report to the portfolio committee by 12 March, and also the progress report on the SDIP to the minister by 12 March. And lastly, we submitted the revised 2025 to 2030 strategic plan and revised 2025-2026 annual performance plan on the 26th of March. For approval to submit the documents to AXA for proactive review. The overall performance of the department for the quarter under review, the administration branch, the performance is 100%. Program 2, which is your sector policy and research, it's 89%. They did not achieve one target, which counts for 11%. The integrated cooperatives and micro enterprise development, they achieved 3 targets. They didn't achieve 3, so it's a 50-50 split. And the enterprise development, innovation, and entrepreneurship, they for the quarter they had 9 targets, achieved 7. They didn't achieve 2. The 2 they didn't achieve. accounted for 22%, the one achieved accounted for 78%. So the overall is 80% and 20% not achieved, so it's 24 targets versus 6. This particular slide, and I'd like to just show throughout the years the issue of how the department has actually performed in all the relevant quarters. Let's move, please. The performance highlight of the department is that the department will manage to pay 100% of the 3097 invoices amounting to 22,466 of the valid creditors within 30 days. But although we are mentioning 30 days, most of the time we do pay in less than that time. Previously, we had an average of about 7 days. We also spent 286.225 million against the projection of 280.136 million, that resulting in an overperformance variance of 6.089 million. And the 6.6 against a target of 5% reduction in vacancy rate towards the filling approved of the organizational structure. We worked very hard following our recruitment plan to be able to fill the positions. Again, the department and the agency, we conducted about 25 of the 20 public engagement programs with district municipalities across the 6 provinces during the period under review. We also, as a department, we achieved 54.3% of the female SMS representation vis-a-vis the 50% national target. During the period under review, the department will also achieve the 4% representation of people with disabilities against the Q4 target of 4%. There was also the biannual progress report on the regulatory reform implementation plan that was approved. We also had a total of 21 municipalities versus the 10 that we have for the quarter set aside that we trained on the red tape reduction awareness program. And if you look at ABC, it shows the areas, your Free State, it does show the areas where we went to. Eastern Cape, it does show where we were, and also KZN, it does show the areas where we were. Please, let's proceed. Again, on the highlights on the APP, the red tape reduction framework was approved, and the approval of this, it comes with a lot of excitement because everywhere we go, we are told about people are not able to operate businesses because of the issue of the red tape. So this framework is going to actually assist us. Also, the final evaluation report was also approved, and also the research report was also produced. And the value chain assessment reports that were approved, the cannabis industry in the primary sector is one of the reports that was approved, and also the construction industry, secondary sector, and the wholesale retail industry in the tertiary sector. We also had a total of 71 versus the Q4 target of 50 products manufactured and services rendered by SMMEs and cooperatives that were linked to a domestic market, and a total of 60 versus the 50 and cooperatives that were exposed to global markets. That's an overachievement. Again, we see another overachievement by 77 of the informal business that were supported through the IMET program, and also the SMMEs and cooperative funding policy implementation report was also approved. There was also under achievement, one sector focus and hybrid incubation and digital hub support strategy implementation report that was approved, and the biannual progress report on the implementation of the national entrepreneurship strategy that was approved. And also the progress report on the implementation of the township economy revitalization policy was approved, and we will see this policy while it gets to be implemented, how it is going to assist in changing lives of your normal people in your townships and also in your rural areas. The monitoring report on the performance of the incubation and digital hub supported was also approved. This, maybe before I touch on the issue of the non-APP targets, on the issue, if you go back to slide number 13, on the areas like real examples of the issues because of the space that we couldn't put here of the overachievements, just to mention a few. we have what you call the business called Talo Melon. The department we supported Talo Melon, which is a youth-owned, women-led small enterprise. It is based in Gauteng, in Tshwane. They specialize in manufacturing food and beverages, primarily flavored sauces. This company that we're supporting, they employ 5 people and they generate an annual turnover of approximately 750,000. As part of their commitment to promoting the small enterprises, the department we facilitated the Talomen's participation in the Proudly South African Expo and Summit in March 2025. This exposure provided Telamolon one with the significant opportunities for sales orders, the B2B collaboration contributing to the company's growth and market visibility. We also have the business called Mark More International. The department, we extended support to this department, the Mark More International, which is a thriving muffin baking MSME with an annual turnover of approximately 1.4 million. They were previously supported by Sedfa, the company. They steadily build their presence in the food production sector. And also another one, there are a lot of other examples, but I'm just giving real examples because here we see numbers, that the stories behind those numbers. There's another one, it's called a Koopsta, it's Kudiswa of Telamolon, that is the one trading as Koopsta, is a South African Black woman entrepreneur who founded a health-focused food beverage business. And also she was motivated by the lifestyle-related illness in her family, and she became producing these healthy juices. She also received support from the Department Market Access Support Unit, which helped her to facilitate enlisting with 8 Cake Supermarket. So if you go to 8 Cake, you will be able to see her products. Massmart also, they selected one of the people under the She Trace program, the Browns Group and Global Cuisine, to list their product in macro and jumbo wholesale. So if you see those products, we are behind making sure that we gave that support. There is what you call your Nutrivita that was listed by Food Lovers Market, others by Woolworths, your Forest Ferries by Woolworths. We also have Bokamoso Foods. That one, good example of the when we say we take people and give them access to international markets. The Bokamoso Foods, they receive orders from Ghana and Nigeria, and they are finalizing the costing to secure those type of orders. The Glolux also, they are already exporting directly to Botswana, Namibia, Lesotho, Eswatini, and Zambia. There are just a lot. This is just to name just a few. And I'm sure at some stage you will be given an opportunity to come and present and be able to showcase in terms of what we are doing vis-a-vis the money that is spent when we say we have actually overachieved. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through all of them. I'm just mentioning just a few so that we can be in a position to see that it's not just numbers, but there are good examples and good stories to tell behind the APP targets that we have as a department achieved. Let's proceed. On this, on the non-APP targets, these non-APP targets, it's work that we continue to do, but of course, as we know, we can't put everything in the APP. So, but again, it's work that is done and performed by the same people that it's work that is done by the same people that are also performing on the APP targets. It is the progress report on the service delivery improvement plan that was submitted, and I already spoke about it. The investigative report on the red tape, the fourth interprovincial red tape and ease of doing business, task team meetings, the IGR quarterly reports developed, sector monitoring reports and information support program improvement plan produced, analysis reports on the tourism industry and creative industry, also the informal and micro business association strategy and programs that were approved by Exco, the draft labor strategy, the annual progress report, the incubation business and development service and policy, and also the quarterly report on activities undertaken to facilitate the establishment of the advisory body. There was also the facilitation of the merger process that was completed and handed over to Sedfa, because we were leading that to complete to the central board to then complete the amalgamation process. I think the chairperson also touched on that, the measure closure and handover report that was then provided, and Sedfa being operational from October last year. An amount of 142 million was transferred to Sedfa during Q4, and that resulted in total of 1.8 billion that was transferred to Sedfa for the 2024-2025 financial year. Please proceed. Having said that, in terms of what we're able to achieve, again, there are areas of non-achievement, but again, there are reasons for deviation and also corrective measures. And one of them, and the number of partnership agreements, the target was not met. We're supposed to have 2, and we had 1 because there were delays in the approval of the Darrad 1 and then on the issue and the AIFT partnership agreement. There are regular follow-ups on the approval of the submitted partnership agreements, and I am sure we should be in a position to report positive progress on this one. I'm not worried about it because there were issues that we were concerned about that we had to finalize so that we can have a green on it. And then on the number of partnership for the quarter, we needed to have 3. On the number of business infrastructure, we needed to have 3 business infrastructure on the product markets, SMMEs and cooperative refurbished or built. We didn't do any. And the reason for that, for the underperformance, is mainly due to the delays in the project implementation itself. But the corrective measure is that as a department, we introduced the business infrastructure support program, which will fast track the implementation of the business infrastructures and will be implemented during this financial year. And again, we gave serious attention to this, and we had a workshop on how we will want to go about implementing this particular program. And based on the workshop and the outcomes of that workshop, we are positive that we will see positive results. Number of cooperatives supported non-financially, we're supposed to have for the quarter 50, but we only managed to do 52. And the reason for that is that some of the training courses that were scheduled for the Q4 were postponed to 2025-2026 financial year as per the request of the stakeholders. And this is one example that shows that when we have other dependencies, we are not able as much as we have planned, but because there was a request from the stakeholders for us, so we were not able to meet our target, so we have a shortfall of 8. But in terms of the corrective measure is that some of the training courses that were scheduled for Q4 were then postponed to this financial year 25-26 as per the request of the stakeholders, like I have said. And so the corrective measure is that the target, we have transferred it to Sedfa for the 25-2026 financial year, and we know that this target will be met because of how it has now been revamped. Let's proceed. On the issue of the number of cooperatives supported financially, for the quarter, we're supposed to have 10 cooperatives that were supported financially, and we managed to only have 4. And why didn't we have 10? It is because other cooperatives development support program applications received from cooperatives were not compliant. So it's not like we didn't receive them, but we received them in bulk, but they were not compliant, which is one area that we have identified, the issue of the quality of these applications. So what we have done then is that various stakeholders will be requested to assist the cooperative to package these applications as required. Because again, if we disperse and the applications are not quality applications, we will be found wanting with the AG. So we need to be proactive in ensuring that we get quality applications. On the number of township and rural enterprises supported financially and non-financially, we're supposed to support for the quarter 10,000. We managed to support 7,346. and the shortfall was because the underperformance is due to the low approval ratings, which resulted from strict qualification criteria and lengthy admin processes. And for us, how do we cap that? Is that the TRAP program, it was reviewed and approved during the period under review to streamline the processes and procedures in the system. And the reviewed and approved TRAP will be implemented during the 2025-2026 financial year. On the number of crafters that we're supposed to support, 500. We only managed to support for the quarter 119. And again, it was because only 4 provinces participated here in the program due to compliance issues. And the corrective measure was that during this financial year, this particular program will be reviewed and redesigned. We're going to make sure that it is fit for purpose, which will result in the revised program guidelines approved. And we will then see, based on what we're going to do as a corrective measure, we will see the uptake, the number will then go up. Let's proceed. Under human resources, on the vacancy rate, as I've also said in my opening statement, that we have successfully reduced the vacancy rate by 6.6% over the reporting period. The total number we had 168 appointments that were made. However, as we know, the 55 of this contributed to the reduction. During the same period, 87 terminations were recorded. This is people leaving, with only 31 impacting the vacancy rate due to their alignment with the permanent post. But again, we have just recently advertised positions, and we will also see the numbers changing. We advertise 2 DDG positions. We also advertise for chief directors, and which with the appointment of those DDGs, because we only have 1 permanent DDG, DDG Delo, and we have 2 active DDGs, DDG Ramodumo and DDG Kabinde. So with the permanent appointments, we will be able to have stability at executive level, because we will be having a permanent DG, permanent DDGs and decisions, mainly for the organization. When we have that level stabilized, it will assist. Let's proceed on the issue of the vacancy rate again. Women in senior position, as we know, and I spoke about it, we are at 54.3 and the national level. The benchmark is 50%, but we are at 54, and we are with a lot of women in the department. We are doing well. Let's proceed. Persons with disability, again on this one, under the period, we have increased the representation of persons with disability from 3.5 to 4%. And in Q4 specifically, 1 person with disability was appointed. However, the appointment of the 82 new employees that we have, which is 75 of whom were additional to the establishment, they affected the overall representation of the persons with disabilities. That resulted in the decrease from 4.6 to 4% during the last period. Let's proceed. The preliminary financial report, the CFO will quickly take us through that, reflecting what I already spoke about in the slide of what we have termed as highlights. So we are zooming into the actual figures. With your permission, Chairperson, may I invite our CFO, Ms. Wolstedvig, to quickly take us through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG, through you, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, and everyone on the platform. Just to take the committee through how we have performed. We have actually, because this is still a preliminary report, in that we will only know for sure how much we spent for the quarter once we've closed the books and when we submit the financial statements at the end of the month. Hence, we call it preliminary. But with the numbers that we have, we've had various iterations of this expenditure report. committee members would note that we had said at the time we had spent 286.2. We have past journals that we received from on vouchers that we had received from CSIR. That expenditure is now sitting at 287.1 million against the cash flow projection of 280 million, resulting in a variance of 7 million, or an overshooting on cash flow performance of 7 million, which is 915,000 different from what we have presented in slide 12. The resultant variance is still 2.5% instead of the 2.2 that we have, and we just need to, I apologize for that. If we can move to the next slide, in terms of our performance per economic classification, we had planned to spend on compensation of employees 56.9 million. We ended up spending 59.2 million, resulting in an overperformance of 2.4 million on COE. Goods and services, we had planned to spend 34.3 million. We ended up overperforming by spending 42 million, with an overrun on cash flow of 7.7 million. And like transfers and subsidies, we have 187 million that we thought we would spend, and we underperformed by spending 183.6 million, resulting in a variance of 3.4 million. And capital expenditure, we had planned to spend 1.9 million. We ended up spending 2.4 million, resulting in an overperformance of 444,000. The last item, which is not an item that we ordinarily or that we budget for, however, it is a writing off of an irrecoverable debt against the savings that the department would have, or the underspending that the department would have of 3,000. And if we move on to the next slide, where we explain the reasons for the various variances that I've just spoken to, COE, DG would have spoken to the vacancies. However, committee members would note that we overperformed here, and the reason being that we had new officials that were appointed, additional to establishment, that helped us to absorb the cash flow or that we had been underperforming on in the first 3 quarters of the financial year. In terms of goods and services, as I indicated, we overperformed by 22.3%, which is that 7.7 million. And the reason being that we we received advances, claims that were from the CSIR, as well as IMED, increased cost across bursaries, admin fees, consultancy services, IT services, consumables, leases, and venues. These are the items that contributed to that overperformance. In terms of the underperformance through our transfers, where I had explained earlier that we underperformed by 3.4 million. Here, the projection there, we just need to make a correction there in terms of the percentages. The expenditure remains the same as in 183, being expenditure against the budget of 187.5. The percentage reflections there is 98.2. My members might have 97.9, and the underperformance is 1.8 instead of the 2.1. And this is a result of the journal that I spoke to, that we passed on the last day, just before we submitted this as a revised presentation for the portfolio committee. And the reasons for the variance is that the items that contributed to the underperformance are product markets, 3.3 million due to delays in finalizing the guidelines. And we also had an overperformance of 158,000 by the craft customized program due to clawbacks of payments from the Q3. And household transfers, we had 10,000 to cover the overspending of the first 3 quarters. Under capital asset, the expenditure is 2.4 million, as I indicated earlier. We overshot by 23.1. Here, we purchased the vehicle for the deputy minister's vehicle. Committee members, we had planned to purchase this vehicle in the 25-26 financial year, but because we had noted that we had resources that we could utilize that would otherwise have been surrendered to National Treasury, we then sought permission to replace this vehicle with the 24-25 as potential underspending, hence the overshooting in capital asset, but that is not an overspending in terms of the entire budget allocation. And I have also spoken to the 3,000 that we wrote off as an irrecoverable write-off on the debt, one of the debts that we have within the department. That basically covers the performance from a financial perspective. I will move on to progress on the addressing of the AGSA findings from 22-23 as well as 23-24. We only have one item on from the 22-23 financial year's audit, which is that last item that talks to the filling of vacancies and creation of awareness in terms of the DSPD and portfolio products and offerings. Here we are saying it is not yet due, the reason being that our recruitment drive is still ongoing, and as a DG projected earlier, we are improving in reducing the vacancy rates, even though we still have a challenge of exits within the department, which sometimes sets us back. However, we're hoping that the recruitment plan that is in place will assist us to create more, to fill more vacancies. But in terms of the 23-24 financial year's audits, we have achieved 4 of the findings that AGSA had, and there's only 2 that are not yet due. The one that we did not achieve in terms of the timelines that we had set for ourselves was issuing a circular to the department reminding colleagues that we need to provide potential bidders or suppliers when we require quotations with the minimum timeframes to allow for them to be responsive to our needs. We do also acknowledge that once we have those minimum timeframes, life does take place, or when occurrences do require us to be responsive within a shorter time frames, we require budget managers to provide reasons why we should not be allowing potential bidder wait time, particularly on. So far, we have noted an improvement in the number of days that are given to the potential bidders to respond to our quotations, albeit we still have some that are given a shorter time frame than we would like, but we are working together with budget managers in this instance. DG, I have covered the audit action plan. If I can hand over to you through the chairperson.
Thank you very much, CFO. Members, the overall performance by program, I'm not going to go through it because it's what I have already presented in the other slides. Safe to say that those programs that have not, the programs that have not achieved are the programs I have mentioned, and there are corrective measures that we have put in place. The final slide, therefore, then talks to the recommendation that we therefore recommend that the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development notes the 2024-2025 Q4 performance report for the Department of Small Business Development. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members. And thank you, PM.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We really appreciate. It is now the time for the honorable members to raise their hands and interrogate the reports. I see Honorable Kruger is the first one. As I'm noting the other honorable members, Honorable Kruger, you may start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and allowed to keep my camera off because of internet connections. I just want to, first of all, thank you for both presentations. Actually, there was a lot of presentations this morning from the Deputy Minister right through Sedfa and the department. All of them were very informative and comprehensive, and I would like to thank everybody involved in these presentations. Madam Chair, I only have one question, and that is it's actually a comment, and then I would like to ask Sedfa to, reply on this comment. In one of the slides, we talked about job creation, and and I think they mentioned a figure something like 60,000 SMMEs with only 30,000 job creations or something like that. But I'm of the opinion that when you help an entrepreneur to start a business, that entrepreneur must be part of job creation. I mean, especially for sole proprietors. I mean, when we help a sole proprietor to, let's say, electrician to start the electrician job, but it doesn't create additional jobs. We already, by helping that entrepreneur, we already created one job. So I just want to, I just would like to get the opinion of Sedfa. How do they look at it? Is it just when they help entrepreneurs establishing a business, are they then just counting the extra jobs that they create, or they also look at the entrepreneur itself as job creation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kruka. The next person is going to be Honorable Carol Mafahani. Over to you, Carol.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the department, and lastly, good morning to the Deputy Minister. Chairperson, I want to welcome the reports, but before I get into the reports, I want to ask the department. Department, you have a responsibility to come and bring us the report of spaza shops. You cannot operate this project in isolation. We need you to keep us in constant loop of what's happening. The last time you came to us, you gave us a report and it had a lot of teething problems. Then the next thing we know, you are launching. So it cannot be correct that as a committee, we are not kept in the loop of what's happening. So I want to speak to department. Please come back as soon as possible to reschedule. Bring us the report of spaza shop. We need to take that report to our constituency and know what is happening. Thank you, Chairperson. I think I'll start first with a Sedfa presentation. I see that they've supported over 62,000 MSME or with over 748.5 million dispersed already. Now I've got a few concerns that I want to ask. 20% performance target missed. Several key trade missions postponed or cancelled. Mauritius and Amazon being one of them. So, okay, another one is portfolio at risk, the PAR sits at a shocking of 64.1%, a red flag for financial stability. Another one is the internal that one. Some program strategies were still in draft form for the end of Q4. I don't see any urgency to complete them. CEO, I heard you even saying that you have not yet disbursed for the asset assist that has already been from last year. So I want to also find out how far that is. Let me go to the department. The achievements of the department is that we paid all invoices on time, 2 million to 3.97 creditors, and to overspend of the budget of 6 million to admin and ITC costs. My questions there, my concerns there is several indicators. So it's a busy day for me today because I'm in my by-elections as well. Several indicators underachieved and no detailed accountability framework for failures. Red tape is still a systematic issue despite framework and meetings. Overspending in goods and services, capital assets, and employees' compensation without a clear ROI. Funding of 1.8 transferred to Sedfa, yet no economic impact. Currently, the unemployment rate is still sitting where it was sitting. So my questions, the red tape rhetoric versus the reality. Why are we still hosting red tape awareness workshops after years of supposed implementation? Where are the measurable reduction in licensing delays, regulation burdens? The second one, the 1.8 million to Sedfa. What return has South African received on this massive investment? How many sustainable jobs were created? Number three, the overspending. Why is there a consistent overspending on goods and services like consultants and leases, while actual program performances lacks? And then my last one is the one on 748 billion. To who did the 748 million go to? Where is the breakdown by provinces, by sector, by demographics? How much of this money went to youth or went to rural enterprises? Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will leave it there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mafahane. The next member to raise the issue is Honorable Sapo.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are audible, Ma. Over to you.
No, thank you, Chair. Very good morning to you and honorable members and everyone in the meeting. Just a few things for me, Chair. In appreciating the report, want to say we don't necessarily appreciate 80% achievement. Yes, we just acknowledge the improvement, but we are hoping for 100% DG. A few things for me, Chair, is on program 3 and program 4. I'm not a fan of incompetency, Chair, but if you agree with me, DG, there is a sense of incompetence on program 3, and I'm saying this because if you go back to previous quarters, there has been inconsistency in some of non-achievements. If you check that, And on the issue of cooperatives, I don't think we must normalize the fact that the department, in most cases, it does not achieve the target. I think we are in that point. They seem as if there's unwillingness for me, because there is no way that in each and every quarter we're speaking about the same thing. Honestly, we call the unwillingness somehow the incompetency. And DG, now I don't agree with your corrective measure of your TREP program, because that was the same corrective measure the department has made in last quarter, and it didn't achieve it. It seems as if it's not working. So I don't agree with something that did not do in improvement. In the city on the second quarter, we are still putting that particular thing as a corrective measure. For me, it doesn't make sense. I think we must really go back and think otherwise. And it goes to the same thing of the support in rural and township enterprises. For me, still, when you go back to the previous quarters, it's one and the same thing. I think there's one quarter where there was an improvement. Again, there is an element of incompetency for me. That is why I'm saying in program in 3 and 4, really, especially in 3, I'm not sure who is responsible for that program, but for me, for that particular person, it needs to pull up his or her own socks. And the third thing, Chair, is on the issue of the report of your research that has been finalized. I just want to check how much did the department spend in this particular research. And I know I asked at some point what was the research about, and there was an extension that was granted because there was no alignment of the research methodology and whatever that it was. I really don't understand who conducted the research without aligning that. But I want to check now that the report has been finalized. How much did the department spend on that? And what are the findings of that particular report? And how is the department really benefiting out of the research report that was produced? The third thing, Chair, that I think the department is lacking on is on these partnerships. Because the department hardly meet the target. I'm not sure what makes it difficult. I see the reason in most cases it's about the other partner that is delaying either to sign the partnership agreement or whatever. But they seem to be a problem. I'm not sure whether the partnerships are really fruitful or are really for the benefit of the department. And if they are for the benefit of the department, so it means somehow there is something that is not being done correctly. It goes back to the non-performance on the infrastructure element. It means these kinds of partnership, especially when it goes to different spheres of government, there is a problem somehow. The last thing, Chair, is on the entity. I just want to ask to the board chair, when are they appointing the CEO? I am asking this because for me, there is an improvement, and taking into consideration we just merged 2 different entities. For me, it has a potential of performing and being a better entity. But for me, it would be difficult if you have a body that is functioning, but your head, you are not sure whether is sitting or not sitting. When are they appointing the CEO? Because that is one of the things that will stabilize the entity itself. Because I feel that the sooner that is being attended to, the sooner the entity will stabilize and perform better going forward. Those are the things, Chair, that I just wanted to raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Support, for the questions raised. We are now in the hands of Honorable Sarah Singh. Over to you, Mo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, through you, I thank the department and the Deputy Minister for the two presentations. Chair, the most important outcomes has to be economic growth and job creation, as these, as we all know, are the two apex priorities of the government. It is unfortunate that these two indicators are currently not KPIs, and I sincerely hope that it would change going forward. Otherwise, we're going to have the department and its entities continually chasing numerical targets, and we will never achieve the desired impact. The programs of the department and its entities must be designed to support these two priority outcomes. Referring to the two presentations, I have the following questions and comments. On the Sedfa presentation on slide 6, it would actually help if the slide indicated the total rand amount disbursed under financial and non-financial support, because obviously the non-financial support just doesn't give money to the beneficiaries, but it's a massive cost to us. So it would help if those slides indicated that. And on slide 7 shows the developmental impact, and that's how the categories are stated on that slide 7. I would really urge the department or Sedfa to include a further 2 slides, and the one slide can have the same categories, but it should include all categories, not just the developmental impact. And the columns that should be added should be the jobs created and sustained, as well as the amounts disbursed to those particular categories. And the second table that I'm asking for is the disbursements and jobs created per category of MSMEs, meaning we should show how much we disbursed to micro enterprises, to small enterprises, medium and macro enterprises, and then we can show the jobs created for each of those departments as well. Regarding the department's presentation, on the Sedfa presentation as well on slides 45 to 48, thank you very much for always highlighting some success stories, because obviously that just gives us hope that we are actually doing something that's having an impact out there. But perhaps the information can be more complete in terms of there's some stories that will show you how much the beneficiaries got. In others, we don't know. In some, they will show you job creation. In others, it's silent about it. And in fact, in one, it talks about a manufacturing thing, and suddenly it goes on to say some halal restaurant is somewhere in the Ubud district. I don't know if that was an error or what. Regarding the department's presentations, on slides 12 to 14, there's a lot of reports being mentioned that were approved, policies, frameworks, etc. Just as a guidance, where can we access all of these frameworks and reports? On slide 34, one of the achievements or underachievements for me that is particularly important is that no infrastructure was built or refurbished. And not having a marketplace for these SMMEs will have a major impact of them being sustainable, because that's the whole point. If they do something, they must have a market for their goods and services. So I am actually asking the Deputy Minister, who is here representing the Minister, to take the message back that perhaps they can liaise with the Minister of Public Works for assistance through Infrastructure South Africa, because after all, we can't work in silos, and we should be able to leverage assistance where it is available to realize these outcomes. In closing, Chair, I want to highlight the critical matter of job creation by the department and Sedfa. On our oversight visits to the Northern Cape and Limpopo provinces, the vast majority of beneficiaries we visited cannot be classed as success stories. However, a few of these businesses were providing much needed employment opportunities for members of the community in which they operate. This must be appreciated and applauded for bringing dignity to the lives of those who are employed. The point I want to highlight, Chair, is that most of these jobs don't meet the requirements in terms of our labor laws. And these people are not registered for UIF and earn what the relevant bargaining agreements indicate that they should. And this would mean that all of these businesses would shut down if the Department of Labor were to enforce compliance, which would be an absolute tragedy. And I understand why these people cannot pay or adhere to some of those laws, because it's just simply unaffordable on the scale of their businesses. So, Chair, I'm making a formal request to the Deputy Minister today to take this message back to the Minister so that she can lobby at cabinet level for the removal of the extension of these bargaining agreements to MSMEs. This will go a long way to achieving job creation and economic growth through MSMEs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Am I audible?
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Thank you. We are now going to listen to the Honorable Member Nobuntu Webster. Over to you, ma'am.
And the department for the presentation that we've had. I think just picking up from some of what Honorable Singh has raised, I do think that unfortunately there are some gaps in the presentation, and I think that in order to be able to thoroughly interrogate the work, but also in order to be able to give substantive feedback, it's important that we have some of the missing gaps in the information when we have these presentations, and I'll speak to some of these. I'm going to speak on a number of areas. I firstly want to speak on the issue of MSME. It's going to take a while to move to the new language. But I want to first start by speaking first to the disbursements that took place. And I think it's encouraging to see that there were more MSMEs that were financially supported than what was the target initially. But I think one of the questions that's important to raise is that, does that then mean that average funding per business was then lower than initially projected? That's an answer that I'd like to get from both Sedfa and the department. So it would be good if we could get a breakdown of like, what is the average disbursement per MSME and what had been targeted? Because if you're then able to fund more MSMEs, are we then funding lower than we had initially forecasted? So that's the first. The second is something that I always raise in this committee, which is really, really critical. And that is the fact that we need to have an ecosystem within the department, within Sedfa, that then speaks to taking the SMME from startup right up to growth and up to maturity. And I think that is the one thing that we really are missing, is how do we handhold until we can let go and have a 360 type of a solution when it comes to SMMEs. So we've got the funding now, but the question then becomes, we don't have systematic data that is on the sustainability or business graduation. And that's like a very relevant gap on both sides. So beyond the access to finance, we know that we get reports on MSMEs supported. but which of those MSMEs is MSMEs that were actually funded? So what are the specific mechanisms or specific programs place from maybe startup to sustainability to growth ready enterprises? And what are the tiers? Are we tiering enterprises, and are we able to have a system that does that? And I think that is very, very important. And I think if that is not in place, it's something we've been saying. I know in this 7th Parliament, at least, we've been saying this right from the beginning. And so are there any plans to be able to do that? And then very, very importantly, on job creation. In the APP, we don't see a job creation target. And the Department of Small Business Development is actually the custodian of NDP policy that actually says, or the NDP goal that actually says that by 2030, 90% of new jobs must come from MSMEs. Now, with the DSBD being a custodian of that particular goal, it really isn't helpful to not have an evaluation of labor impacts, or to not be able to actually, first of all, have a target, see what the target was versus what was achieved, but also then be able to verify job creation or retention claims as well. I think we need to do better on how we report that and how we keep the data for that. And I understand the acting CEO did explain the various phases that the businesses are at and why sometimes it seems like there's a gap in that reporting, but we need to actually fill that gap. Otherwise, we're sitting as a country, as a nation, with a goal for job creation that sits 90% of it, at least for new jobs, within the space or the sphere or the scope of the Department of Small Business Development, and we're actually not even able to report on that, let alone to actually achieve it. And so that is going to be critical going forward. And then lastly, on the back of Honorable Singh's comment as well, there's a noting, and there's consistently been, of the integrated ecosystem support model, the red tape reduction strategy. But what evidence is there that red tape is actually reducing? At municipal or provincial level, have processing times improved for permits, as an example, for licenses, for payments? I mean, I listened to one of the reports that came here about the Asset Assist program, and people applied in December. It is May now, while there've been approvals in January, that still hasn't been dispersed. And for me, even before we go to municipalities, even within the department itself and the institutions in the department, it seems that there's still very much a serious red tape issue. And so what evidence is there that red tape is actually reducing at municipal level, at provincial level, but even departmentally within this department and other departments as well? And what is the coordination that takes place between the DTIC, Treasury, local government, to ensure especially that townships and rural economies are not left behind as we talk about this issue of red tape? And then I want to speak to the issue of township economy and spatial justice. I think it would be great in these presentations if we can get disaggregated spatial data for supported enterprises. How many are township-based out of the total? How much of the funding has reached historically underdeveloped areas? Are there any specific SEZ type models or infrastructure that's been piloted in townships to support industrialization? And I know some of this falls into the DTIC, but my understanding is obviously that the departments have to work together in this respect, particularly when it comes to the benefits of small businesses in townships and rural areas. So I think that is another critical area that's very important that we need to be getting reports on when the departments and Sedfa report. Then I want to speak to Sedfa particularly. I want to speak to the establishment of Sedfa, because I think we keep excusing some of the non-performance, or some of what we're seeing as non-performance at Sedfa due to the transition. But I think it's important that we find out in this meeting, was it a funded mandate? And if so, how much exactly was allocated specifically for the logistical and operational aspects of the merger? That's the first question. The second is that, was there a detailed needs assessment that was conducted to ensure that Sedfa would be fully capacitated and operational from day one? Because now you sit and you have current performance challenges. And what you need to know is, you need to know that, first of all, whether Sedfa had a fully funded mandate, and whether there was a needs assessment conducted to make sure it was capacitated to be able to be operational. And then the third thing you want to know, once you know that, is what is the department then doing in supporting Sedfa specifically to make sure that it delivers on the mandates effectively? Because its performance right now is really, really not something that we can applaud. It's not something that we can even accept on behalf of our constituencies and on behalf of small businesses in the country. I'll leave it there for now. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Webster. We are now in the hands of the Honorable Member Malimacha.
Thank you so much, Chair. Allow me to take this opportunity and send my greetings to the Deputy Minister in the House, the Chair herself, PC members on the podium, Sedfa, the DG and the Chair of Sedfa, the CEO, and everybody on the platform, including viewers at home. Allow me, Chair, to start by saying what is key, what will be key for me when I start with Sedfa is to appreciate the slide from 45 to 49. On top of those slides, Chair, allow me to give this one from New Choice. New Choice is dishwashing liquid. That company is in Secunda. That company is trending throughout the country. And when they phrase their sentence to thank, they're saying big thanks to Sedfa. Today we are on the ShopRite shelves, proudly 100% Black-owned company. And she's a woman. Chairperson, the kind of job that we are embarking in a form of portfolio committee, making the department to account to us, by mere figures of percent, one might think is justice, it might not be justice enough. What matters most is the impact on the ground. If you check the example that Sedfa has given us, including the example that I'm giving you now, there is a call for us to do more and more. And this is the only way we can change this country and ensure that everybody is included in the economic stream of the country. And we are seeing this. Here it's voluntarily acknowledging the good work that Sedfa has done and the assistance this New Choice got. Today they are in the mainstream of economy, which is not far from being part of what the department has said, that we have managed to take so much percentage to the global market. I think, Chair, if we can say these are the things that we are aiming to see, and how best do we really move on from there? Now we will be coming back and say, here are the discrepancies. What is it that needs to be improved from there? part of that must be Sedfa. We want to see this kind of assistance throughout 9 provinces. Meaning that if we can have this kind of new choice throughout the provinces, the impact will be huge. But it can't be for Sedfa alone. It must be for all of us, because as PCO, we are here as a supporting tool to the department. I wanted to start from that angle and say the example given there, Honorable Chair, satisfy me, and they have the impact on that. Going to the department, Comrade Chair, I just picked up that one entity. Then going to the department, there are a few things that when we are in agreement that the 80% is not what we have been aiming for, it's simply because we are known to be getting more than that, and we are aiming to get more than that. Therefore, when it is 8 like this, we feel that you need to go extra miles so to assist. But that does not mean we must not talk about the good work that has been confirmed by the receivers. One of that, Honorable Chair, is how the issue of payment is done in 30 days' time, and in many cases, 7 days do happen. So this alone, Honorable Chair, is a milestone achievement that needs to be sustained. Because once you are able to pay the small business in this time and this way, you are assisting big time rather to just give them once off, then you are able to sustain. The other aspect, Honorable Chair, is the emphasis on the achievement where they were meant to get 10, they get 21. So those are the good work that we are saying the department, keep the good work and do that. But of more important is this issue of the red tape reduction. Since all is well and done and approved, we hope for the better, and we are saying it will need to be intensified with a lot of support. And the implementation, Comrade Honorable Sapo was very spot on the question of willingness. Because other things are good in the form of policies, but if there's no will to implement, it is a problem. As I said earlier on, a total number of 60 instead of 50 SMSs exposed to the global market, we really welcome that. And that alone, Honorable Chair, must be explained. Because this is what the committee and the entire South Africans have been long talking about. That we have got Honorable Malmaja, who just been recruited, but is not growing, is not graduating. In this way, the 60 are now graduated to ensure that they can now mix with others across the globe. And that is exactly what we really need to applaud you for. You have produced business people there. These two, Honorable Chair, if we don't zoom straight to them, and which has cost the 80%, the issue of the business infrastructure and the partnership. So we are saying the correctional measures there, let it be so practical to an extent that if need be, let's give a short space of time in a form of time frame on it so that we are able to assist in case the problem might be in a form of municipality, and we try to get what is that. I'm saying this, Honorable Chair, because we are known with our new motto that apply. What we want is the reason why you are not qualifying. We want that particular reason. So it can't be us saying municipality, as an example, is failing us to implement this as quickly as we can. Then the community, the masses on the ground, they said, no, you told us that you want the reason that become a red tape so that we deal with it. So we are saying, let's ensure that we take people into confidence around that matter and deal with it, because after that, it's very clear that we will be where we're supposed to be in terms of the percentage, which I'm not subscribing to percentage that much. I subscribe more to the impact, and the impact is what we are achieving now. And I'm very happy with the impact on the ground that you are able to sustain other business through paying them on time. You are able to expose them to the global market. So these are the things that one is very happy with that. All in all, Chair, one is bit satisfied. This is work in progress. We are aiming high. To miss a point is not the end. Job well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malemacha. I'm sure they are taking the accolades. We are now going to give a chance to the Honorable Matulela. Over to you, Matulela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. This is Honorable Babala Matulelwa, deployed by Economic Freedom Fighters in Parliament and in this portfolio committee. Chairperson, I just want to say that yes, we hear the presentations, but I just want to register my disappointment in this whole report and the performance. It is a repeat, Chairperson, of the previous report that from last meeting with this Department of Small Business Development. Chairperson, during our oversight visit in Limpopo, we observed that the staff are overwhelmed and they are unable to conduct essential post-investment support and monitoring due to persistent staffing shortages. It is very important that these vacancies, Chairperson, are filled speedily. I don't know how many years now, because this is the second term we are having acting CEO and we've been raising this issue. I don't know what is the problem with this department, but this clearly, Chairperson, proves us correctly that really we do not need actually this department as a standalone department. We needed to go back to trading industry and operate there because really there is no impact. You can see even the reports, they are proving us correctly, Chairperson. Could the management please provide the current vacancy rate in each province? We will keep on asking this question, Chairperson, until we get answers. The budget required to fill these vacancies across all provinces. A clear timeline for when these posts will be filled. We want to know the budget and also the posts. Last time, Chairperson, the Deputy Minister that is with us today, of which also we've been raising the issue of deputies, because it is very clear that our Deputy Minister cannot give us answers or cannot perform duties of the minister. Because according to the understanding, when in the absence of the principal, the deputy principal resume those responsibilities equally with the principal at schools. But with the departments in parliament and in government, we are not seeing the same, more especially with this department. Because last time, Chairperson, the Deputy Minister promised us to answer in writing or on previous questions. Like, for instance, you can't neglect a question that is about the cannabis. On the 7th March, the Minister of Health, Honorable Motsoaledi, signed a new prohibition, meaning ebeba blocker ababantu cannabis on hemp edibles. That is yet another move by the government to block local growth in the cannabis industry. You know, Chairperson, the importance of this product. We thank you for the Pondoland in the Eastern Cape in Bizana to really establish this powerful economy, because it even produces windscreens, motors, many parts, panels, everything. You know, it's very important. But the Minister Motsoaledi did sign that and said that, okay, this must no longer be there even in the shops. That is pushing for raw exports, because we know that Lama prohibitions, they want to do the same thing that they did with the mineral resources. He is sabotaging the ability to create jobs and build a sustainable green economy, just like current state of mining operations in South Africa. As far as this performance report is concerned, Chairperson, on cannabis industry as a primary sector, even in the third quarter, they will have the report on and the deputy minister leading the team, they failed to answer. You have not even indicated the department's position, and also even in your websites and everywhere else, because we want to know. We want at least them to tell us the possible resolution, since the small cannabis farmers are left in the dark. We asked here, Chairperson, how did the Sedfa measure the impact of its support on job facilitated? And what evidence provides that Sedfa support directly led to these jobs outcomes? What are the consequences of delayed turnaround times on the organization's ability to achieve its strategic objectives, particularly in terms of supporting SMMEs, Chairperson? Simple questions that a deputy minister, if we believe in this country, we need this deputy, because it's just a waste of taxpayers' money. You can just answer these questions. Until they meet us today, there is no answer, there is no written answers. I concur with the honorable members who are saying that in the department there is a lot of incompetence. Really, there is a lot of incompetence, and this thing, it starts with the heads of these departments. We can blame the officials and everyone, but it cannot be correct, Chairperson, that a deputy minister is with us here, came here and leading the delegation, but failed to answer only these few. She can even answer them in her own understanding and her own ways on how this department should be structured. This report, Chairperson, doesn't include the current Spaza Shop, 500 million support fund, which they then told us that they've launched it. It took us to request a subject on measures for it not to be used, for it to be used effectively and not to be misappropriated, Chairperson. It took us to request or to put a motion so that we get answers. But the department cannot come and tell us in this platform like this and come and report on this particular subject and tell us how the measures and how is this going to work. We only see them going around and we only see these things via website, while we are the ones who are elected by the people of South Africa to come and represent them in this parliament, Chairperson. This is incorrect, because we want to know here, they must tell us when are they coming to tell us these subjects that they are not telling us, that we are only seeing them in the website and also on TVs when they are traveling all over the country. But us as people who hold them accountable, we are not put into confidence. We are not made to know these things so that we are able to unpack and answer to the constituencies that we come from. We didn't elect ourselves. We are here to represent the people of South Africa. Again, Chairperson, the biggest shock yesterday, the Minister of Small Business Development, Stella Ndabe, revealed that It is only 6% of South African-owned spaza shops that are registered by the department. And there is no clear indication on exact number that constitutes this 6%. And we want to know which municipalities is this 6% coming from. Is it coming from Matatian? Is it coming from Tabazimbi? Or is it coming from Potchefstroom? We want to know. The 6%, is it 2 people, 3 people? From which province? Where in the country? Where is it in Limpopo, Eastern Cape, or KZN, or where? Tell us. Isekukulethu bangapi le 6%? And I was very shocked because previously, even in debate, we were made to know that 70 versus 30%. Now the minister comes out and say only 6%. Is a very big shock. Again, the department is still reporting on e-cannabis, while they failed to answer what the Minister of Health traumatized the cannabis farmers by taking those things out and all of those things, and by using a very outdated act of apartheid, and said that all those hemp products must be removed from shelves, using an outdated act of the apartheid. But here, Chairperson, we are ready to table a bill to even go deeper to that act that is outdated of apartheid and amend it, not to prohibit the products of our very successful progressive economy of cannabis. Chairperson, when this department is going to disperse on current asset application that these small businesses applied in December 2024, we want to get details, time frames, if there are any disbursements happened currently, or 5 or 10 or 2 already. Can we be given at least details of entrepreneurs and their physical addresses for oversight and accountability purposes, as we are elected to do that? Because, Chairperson, you know, there was an incident I shared in this committee that there were beneficiaries that were recorded in black and white who came as part of our oversight from the Alfredinzo. They came and say, no, from Manfreya, yes, in Alfredinzo, in Manfreya. Say, I did never receive anything from the department. I don't know those figures of those thousands of monies in my name. I don't know that. So we want to know the details as well. Who received this? Because we don't want that thing to repeat. Lastly, Chairperson, where are clear, detailed reports on millions spent in the name of the so-called presidential awards that are continuously taken from taxpayers' money without clear explanation and accountability? We want to know that why these reports and these performance, they are not covering everything that we see that the department is involved in, or the minister is involved in. Why we're not given thorough reports and detailed reports on everything that is happening here? Because we are the ones who holds the executive to account. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Member Matulelo. I am sure we managed to cover all the members who wanted to take part in this discussion. And I want to thank the Honorable Members of the room, because they managed to touch on all the corners. But I just want to put an emphasis on the issue of people who should receive their assets. I just want to check as to if ever those assets are being bought, how far are the members of, I don't know, from Sedfa, from the department, that are supposed to distribute those assets to the owners? Because if For example, I have applied for a generator and then I am told that I managed to go through and I will receive it, and I don't receive it, then it increases pressure in the minds of the people, and they will end up having stress. They will get sick because they're waiting for their assets. And also we need to know, the Honorable Member touched on the issue of the areas in all the country whereby those people that will be receiving those assets are coming from, and if ever they're being bought, can we request that they be distributed in no time? Today is Wednesday, maybe tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday, they be distributed, and then people start working. And I really want to concur with the honorable members who say we need a report that will talk to the issue of the 500 million. I know that people are still applying, and then thereafter we will need to know as to how many people did they qualify, or did they follow all the correct procedures that will end up assisting them to receive this a share from the sponsor shop. And if ever they do not qualify, what is it that the agencies or the department is doing to assist those people? Because what we need is to see this 500 million is a lot of money. We want to see it to the correct way. On that note, I don't want to spoil the good points that were raised by all the honorable members. I will then allow Sedfa and the department to then assist the honorable members with the responses. We'll start with those who did the presentation first, and then followed by the department. I touched on the issue of the acting CEO from the beginning, and the honorable member Matulela also raised it. If we can get a clarity on that issue, it will set our minds free. On that note, I'll request that we get the responses.
Thank you very much, Chair. Oh, sorry. Before I start, protocol observed. My apologies. I'm not sure, DM, if I must come in.
Please do. I nearly said Honorable DG. Please do, Ma. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DM. I do have colleagues, though, that are here, very senior. I am accompanied by DTG Ramudumo and DTG Delwa and DTG Bugile, but I will touch on some of the questions, and if I leave something out, they will then add through you, Chair. We want firstly to welcome the compliments in areas where we're complimented about what we do. But again, we also note that we can do better, and hopefully with the annual performance, when we come back, we will be in a position to be more than 80. When I look at the areas of overachievement, I see that there is a possibility after the information is verified that we might come back very strong, because on now we were dealing with just the Q4. Regarding the issue of a presentation that we needed to bring here on the information on Spaza Shop, indeed, that's a very important issue. And as a department, we participate fully at net joints. We also participate fully in the meeting that is chaired by both Minister Hlabisa, the ministerial meeting, and Minister Mutsoaledi. We do see, though, through you, Chairperson, on the program of Parliament, that the issue, we are expected to bring a report here on the 21st of May, 2025, that will deal specifically with the issue of the Spaza Shop, where we are and what we are doing as a department. It is also it is an ongoing matter where we report about at different levels, including FOSAD. I am taking a presentation to FOSAD, which is a forum for DGs, where we are also kept held accountable to talk about the work that is being done in that particular space. And I promise that as we bring the report, as we requested on the 21st, it will cover all the concerns. On the issue of no clear ROIs or economic impact, I think that is what we have actually started to do when we are giving the examples of what we have done, because it is very difficult if somebody has a product, for the product to find its way into any shelf, it is something that is very difficult. But if we are able to achieve those type of things, I think we are really trying to change lives, and the people that we are assisting very appreciative, and we can actually see that type of impact. But I know we can still do better. Why are we still hosting the rent reduction programs? We have committed over a period of time. South Africa is big. South Africa is huge. So there is an expectation that we need to touch all the relevant areas. But except for touching them, I think at some stage, I agree, we'll need to bring a report to say, after having done these workshops, what is the impact of that? And I think DTG Ramutomo will also maybe touch on that. There was an issue about the research report, that what was the report about and what has happened. The report is available, and I'm sure given an opportunity, we can make it available for it to be presented. But at high level, the report is touches on cross-sectional recommendation. It touches on your issues of after having identified the problem. If I just talk about the recommendations, it touches on your financial support mechanism that is needed, on how we need to expand access to low interest MSMEs loans and grants through public-private partnership. It touches on the regulatory and policy reforms. It touches on the market access and supply chain integration, that we need to establish a dedicated MSME procurement quotas in public and private sectors, and also to develop export readiness programs. It also touches on the issues of your digital transformation and innovation, how we must support the MSMEs in adopting your e-commerce and digital payment solutions. And lastly, it also touches on capacity building and also issues of skills development. But it is a report that through our principles that can then be shared and presented in terms, and it indeed is a report that we've been talking about. But finally, now that the report is here, I think we should be in a position to make it available. There was also from Honorable Singh a question on, we are touching on a lot of reports and frameworks, and those are available reports, and again through the normal channels, those reports can be made available. Yes, we all hope for 100%. We all hope for 100%.
Are you still there, DG? King, can you assist me? What is happening? Where is the DG?
The DG's chair, she's online and the mic is on, but we cannot hear. I don't know what's happening.
Maybe somebody from the department can assist, or the deputy minister.
Oh, but now she has just got cut.
Deputy minister, please take over, ma. Or whoever is supposed to be deputy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. There are DGs, yes, yeah, and to assist the DGs, they will then take over with the remainder of the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving us the direction, the DDG.
Thank you, Chair. It's DDG Delwa.
Sorry, I see the hand from Ramudumo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members. I just wanted to respond to some of these issues raised by honorable members, in particular with regards to the red tape, measurable reduction in licensing and all that. Usually, what happens is our research report point to us where the problem areas are. For example, if you look at the last research report on the challenges, business opportunities, and support required by MSMEs and cooperatives, they highlighted the areas around red tape, and in particular, the issues around licensing. Being that as it may be, we then realized the only intervention that we may begin to do is to zoom into chapter 3 of the Constitution, and in particular, section 41G and section 41H, which then says, how then do we connect with our brothers and sisters in various spheres of government, in particular the municipalities. You realize that municipalities are at different levels. Others have moved ahead, transformed that much, and others do not, or did not, or may not have moved that further. We then realized the only way to reduce red tape to cater for those other members of society who are not in towns and cities, we would have to do e-registration. That is why that intervention is continuously going, so much so that we are able to cover the whole sphere. With regards to the Honorable Matulelwa's question or comment, we note with appreciation the matter that the honorable member has raised, in particular with regards to cannabis. We have also responded to a parliamentary question around that, but the department still remain optimistic that cannabis has medicinal value, and any other cannabis plant that does not have the higher pH would most probably be used for other work, be it in the car industry or automotive industry, because when you do seats of cars, you need this cannabis. Hence, we are continuously pursuing that, so much so that these important plants, which has been there for a very many years, can continuously serve the people, particularly in those rural provinces. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm sure now we'll go to the DDG. Over
Oh,
to you.
yes. Okay.
Oh, okay. The DG is back.
Yes,
You
I'm
want-
back. I want to apologize. I don't know what happened, but I would just ask the DDGs to just be brief on the issues that they are responding to. Maybe let's have DDG Ngabinda.
All right.
Thank you, DG. Thank you to the chairperson, honorable chair, honorable members. DG, yes, a number of areas have been touched on. I will maybe concentrate on the cooperatives element for now. Let me introduce myself. I'm currently the acting DDG at a branch called Integrated Cooperatives and Micro Enterprise Development, where we are responsible for the informal businesses, cooperatives, our international relations, and local and international access to markets. But to the points raised, especially under development or underperformance rather, let me touch on these two around cooperatives. And I would like to positively also take I'll call them positive energies from Honorable Sapo, that we really need to be pulling up our socks there. You will see the chairperson, especially on cooperatives funded financially, the target for the quarter, which was saying 10 cooperatives, and then 10%, let me say, for cooperatives, 40% rather, cooperatives were supported. Let me put a context here, Chair, that already, as you were saying also, Digi, that when we come for the annual report, then the global picture will come out clearly. Already, out of the 40 that we have targeted, 66, including these 4, as an annual target is already what we have achieved. So I might say that, yes, as per the Q4, because, yes, we have planned, specific targeted numbers, but you find that by Q3, we have already achieved the target, and maybe we should have just continued. Of course, there are some implications budget-wise, but from the overall context, I would like to put a relief to members that the overall target, indeed, it is achieved. And this very target around cooperatives supported financially, as you might have seen, even at Sedfa, there was reporting also around it. It is implemented at Sedfa currently and also moving forward. So in our APP, as you will see moving forward, it will be reported under Sedfa as we are, as a department, transferring resources there. And then coming also to the one of an annual target of 210 cooperatives supported non-financially, the Q4 target being 50 and having done 42 as an underachievement of the 50. Again, the overall context is that the 210 already by Q3, 201 already cooperatives on cooperative governance had already been supported. It was just to do 10 really to say the measures. However, due to demand and so on, we're able to do those 42. So the overall picture again still gives that a picture of 243 from the 210 that is a target. So with that being said, even this one, DG, you will be aware that even at Sedfa and honorable members, we've got what is called a learning academy. So the learning academy then is going to be covering this element of non-financial support. Let me pause here, Chairperson. DG, you can continue. Thanks.
Thank you very much, DG. Another issue that we has also raised was the issue, Chairperson, before I got cut, on the issue of the business refurbishment, that it was showing 0. I must also say that we have been, because when we report systematically to say per quarter. So there is 4 that we have approved, but we can only report on them when they are already refurbished, but we have dispersed to 4 business infrastructures under the SAFE. On the issue of the parliament, of the questions that we, when we were with DM and there was an undertaking that we'll submit in writing, I will just follow up on that, but with Secretariat here, because we responded to that in writing immediately after when we got back to the office. But I'll just follow up as to what happened, and apologies for that particular glitch, but it was attended to immediately. I think as we're about to close as a department, I only have DDT Delwa on the trap, and I have the CEO on the issue of the spending. Then we can then hand over to Sedfa. Between DDG Delwa and CFO, any of you can come through, please. DDG, you'll also touch on the issue of the awards. CFO?
Thanks, DG.
Okay. All right, DDG Delwa.
Thank you, DG. On TREP, I think the issue that was raised is that we have the same corrective measure from the previous quarter as well, just to indicate that the implementation of the review of the guidelines will only take effect in this current financial year. So as we were reporting for the previous financial year and the last quarter, it's only now when we get into the new financial year where then we will be implementing the revised guidelines that we will start to see an improvement in the implementation of TREP. So that is why that is still the case. And then on the awards and the report, the awards report is available. I think, DG, we can make a commitment through the minister to submit to the portfolio committee the awards and the summit reports. We have finalized them because we needed to conclude with the disbursement to the winners before we can have a fully comprehensive report. We can then make an undertaking that once it's approved internally, we can share it with the portfolio committee. Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chair, and the members.
And thank you, DG, as CFO.
Thank you, DG. Through you, Chairperson. The question that was asked is observed consistent overperformance on goods and services. I thought then we should also be saying to the committee members might or might not recall that for Q1, we had an underperformance of 11.6 million. Q2, we had an underperformance of 3.4. And in Q3, we had an overperformance of 14.9 million and 7.7 that we are reporting today. The net impact of that is about 7.3 million overperformance. I would want to provide the committee members with an assurance that this is not an overspending, as it was said, because there was, as I have reported, that we had underperformed in the product markets, which is in transfers. We had then requested National Treasury to allow for the department to reprioritize 10 million from transfers into goods and services, which was approved. The only misalignment here was that the cash flow was in transfers and subsidies as opposed to goods and services, hence the overall reporting of the net 7.43 million overshooting in goods and services. I hope it responds to the question that was raised, DG, through you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much, CFO. And lastly, as I hand over to Sedfa to answer on their questions, unless there's any question we have. But there was a question about what is the department doing to support Sedfa. We work very closely with Sedfa, and we do have a committee called the PGC, which is Portfolio Governance Committee, where they also report on the issues of performance and their quarterly reports before we can even process them to come here. But we work very closely to ensure that the issue of oversight of the entity is taken care of. But I know that if there are any other questions, Chairperson, we are willing, we will take them. We don't want to take too much time to details department. I'll then hand over to the Chairperson of the Sedfa board through you, Chair. Thanks. Ms. Makanda?
Thank you so much, DG. With your permission, Chairperson, I thought the Chair would give me a platform. That's why I paused a bit. Chair, if I may.
Continue, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chair, I'm just going to quickly go through the questions that are strategic that I will answer. and those that are directed to myself as well. And then whatever that I have not covered, especially the ones that are talking about the asset disbursements and all of those, the CEO, as he's our executive, will then be able to expand on those operational questions and be able to provide the committee with the detailed feedback on such. Starting with Honorable Kruger, I recall, Chair, when we were here, the issue of the job creation was mentioned in terms of how does Sedfa measure a job, considering the numbers that we quote on our presentation versus the sentiment and out there. And we did respond to that maybe, Chairperson, we need to come back with a detailed report or a description of how does Sedfa define a job, and as well as the impact. I think it kept on coming. I will touch on that. And to respond to Honorable Kruger, we will come back, Chairperson. As we have said, we are consolidating all the questions that keep on coming up when we present around the impact. How do we measure our impact? How do we measure the jobs that we quote on our reports? And of course, the segmentation of who are we actually funding? Because these questions, every quarter when we come and present our work, they always come up. So I think, Chairperson, if we can be afforded that opportunity as Sedfa, we'll send the information, but also maybe to come and present if there's a need from the submission, that we will need to then make a presentation and appraise the committee on how does Sedfa define a job, who are we funding, how do we measure an impact. The CEO will also touch on that in terms of the timeframes. We're proposing to be given that opportunity, Chairperson, with your permission and that of the members. Thank you on that one. And then, Honorable, there's a question, I think the second question, Honorable Carol, apologies, I didn't pick up the surname. Honorable Carol did also touch.
Carol
Yes.
Mafagane.
Honorable Mafamane, thank you so much. Honorable Mafamane did talk about
Mafagane.
Oh, Mafahane. Thank you, Honorable. The Honorable did talk about again the SMMEs that we are supporting, which then goes back to it's also linked to the feedback on what Honorable Kruger raised in terms of the jobs and the support that we are providing from an impact scoring point of view, and the tools that we are using to measure the impact. And then also that will be covered by that information. The CEO can also touch on that one. And then the portfolio at risk, Honorable, we have as Sedfa, we have inherited the former SIFA book, which was not performing very well for a number of reasons that the Sedfa merger is also trying to resolve. One of those is how the business model of the former SIFA was versus the business model of the now Sedfa is trying to do. That book was made from just the financial support without the non-financial support, which will speak to, I think it's Honorable Webster's value chain development support from the for MSMEs. So the former SIFA just focused on whoever comes on our door asking for funding, that they then get funded, but there is no that support pre-investment, so that to make sure that when we put in that investment, we can actually see that business, and we know that business. We only do the DD as per the due diligence, as per what we receive from an information point of view, but there is no relationship pre that submission that then shows or showcases the ability of this business to pay us back, the ability of that business to do what it said it will do if that is there from a pre-investment point of view, which is what Sedfa is trying to achieve in elevating the non-financial support, which the former CEDA was doing. And of course, I think the honorable members do know the rationale behind the need to integrate these key activities of supporting small businesses. So that one is still something that we are fighting, which is a threat to this. It poses a threat to the sustainability of the organization, and we are planning to have the book that we write under the Sedfa banner to perform, to start showing some improvement in terms of performance. If you separate the two, so that we can be able to compare the old book versus it's still a book. It's still a book of Sedfa, because that we have that our book constitute the former Sedfa book. But then in terms of the deals that we are writing now as Sedfa, having understood the issues around how we do our business, how then are we going to be able to mitigate that challenge to make sure that Sedfa is able to perform better from a loan book perspective. So in terms of the disbursements for asset assets, I think you raised that question. CEO will come back on that one. And then I think also you've touched on the impact. Again, it speaks to what I've already responded to. Honorable Sapo, you raised a question, I think yourself, Chairperson, the two of you, that is directed to me about the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer. The Sedfa board has done the submission of all the executives as per the Memorandum of Incorporation of Sedfa. Section 12 of that memorandum is very clear about how we should appoint the ex-officials. And then one of them being a CEO, and that is still has not been advertised as per the brief I gave earlier. The CIO and the CFO have been advertised. The CEO's advert, all the three ex-officials were submitted to the department, because the MOI says the board must submit before in terms of the entire process to the executive authority. Then the executive authority must concur and give direction in terms of when should we go. So we were given that concurrence for the chief investment officer and the chief financial officer. We have not received the concurrence on the chief executive officer for now. We're still waiting for the executive authority's concurrence on when are we supposed to go into the market for that particular one, which is the last one to be advertised in terms of our top structure as an organization. So we haven't moved from a implementation. We've done our part in terms of submitting. We're waiting for that approval. Once we get the approval, then we'll be able to go to the market and advertise and then start the recruitment process. And the MOI also stipulates that those three positions are cabinet approval positions, which means there's still another cabinet approval process that then the department, or rather the ministry, will then run with it. We will do our part as we have done already. We're just waiting for that concurrence. Then we will run once we get the concurrence, and then we still need to submit so that cabinet approval process is done by the executive authority. That will then take place. So that's exactly where we are, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Sapo, on that one. I think Honorable Singh, we appreciate the feedback in terms of how we should restructure our certain slides in terms of the information that you believe the committee would like to see in terms of the development impact. We're taking that, and the CEO is here, and the colleagues that put this information together, that will also be checked from the board side. We will also just check if the request that you've put forward are adhered to. And also, you've mentioned that you want to also see the jobs created, jobs sustained, and then the disbursement must also be categorized according to our programs like the microfinance and so on and so on. So that is welcomed. Any other questions around the CE would then touch on them, that you've also you've touched on the jobs as well. So he will then expand on that from an operational point of view. And your comment around the success stories, the consistency that we need to showcase in terms of the number of jobs created, and of course the quantums in terms of our investment. So that message is well received. We will make sure that we adhere to those requests so that the information that is disseminated is well structured to appraise the committee. And then I think the Honorable Webster, yes, Honorable Webster, you've spoken about us looking into the ecosystem where we are able to provide support of the MSMEs from all three segments of the MSME value chain. Which is pre-investment, finance, and post-investment, all of that, so that we can be in a position to make the maximum impact in the value chain. The Sedfa mandate it does speak mostly on that in terms of the development side of it, which is the pre-investment side, that has been elevated now as an anchor to make sure that the financing part is informed by that, and that will also trickle down to the performance of the loan book that we want to see change in terms of what I've alluded earlier on. Until we get that done, we will not be able to see the results translating into numbers, because we need to be very clear of what we are doing in terms of who are we funding, why are we funding them, are they ready for our money, are they going to pay us back, and then we hold them post that investment. And the system in place then to also tell us when someone, especially on the loans that we are giving, when someone is starting to have problems, we need to be there. I think there's another question coming on the capacity from the post-investment. I'll touch on it when I get there to expand on this need. Sedfa is meant to be doing that from the Sedfa's business case, and that's what we are that's the capability that we're putting in place to make sure that it happens. And we also welcome your feedback, your constructive criticism on how we quantify the disbursements. That is very welcomed. I think it's making sense on that indicator to be reviewed as per your suggestions or what you would like to see. The CEO and the team as well will be able to do that. And then you've also touched on the job creation, that the data from a jobs creation point of view, that's also speak on that. How do we find sustainable jobs created, and also the indirect jobs as per our intervention. Because when we plant a seed in any business, some of these businesses will quantify the jobs, the direct jobs, as a result of that investment. And then there's also other spin-offs that are not directly linked in that to the jobs, but they are created by as a result of putting in that investment, the indirect impact coming out of the seed that we planted. So that is also going to be taken through. The committee to be appraised rather on that one. I think the other one was for the department. And then there's a question around the establishment of Sedfa that Honorable Webster, you've raised. Whether was it a funded mandate? And then you touch on the detailed needs analysis, if that was done, and whether the department is doing anything to support Sedfa. Sedfa, honorable members, I can say it was not a funded mandate because we have not received a money that is clearly stating that is to stabilize the entity post the merger. We have not received any of those line items other than the integration of what the three entities that were coming together we integrated those balance sheets, those resources. That is the base that we are standing on, that we have. We did not receive any money from the fiscus to stabilize the organization. We only operating from what what these individual entities had before the merger. The only money that was transferred was 2.5 million during the just before the merger, which was a surplus from the GTEC, the entity that was responsible to drive the business case of Sedfa, which we'll touch on the second thing. So we only received that 2.5 million, which then helped us 2.5 million rands, which then helped Sedfa to acquire resources to strengthen the Sedfa business case and all that was needed, the strategy document to be put together, which speaks to the mandate of Sedfa, the expanded mandate, as we've seen in the corporate plan and other documents that are detailing the business case of Sedfa. And then the second question, the needs analysis, yes, it was done. There is a major business case which GTEC did on the needs analysis, and in terms of the financial model of that needs analysis, it was projecting, hoping that, like any other merger, there will be an injection, a base to kick off the newly established entity, but that didn't happen. So that business plan then, or business case or financial model, it's just information on paper that it won't help us in stabilizing this entity. We need to scrap the resources that we have, that we inherited from the three entities, and that's all that we have. There's nothing else that we got as a result of this merger. We do not have any resources that we have that we're supposed to use to stabilize the entity. We're funding to get this to get the Sedfa to sustain itself so that it can be able to cover these much needed responsibility, resources, for example, setting up the system, getting the staff in, all of that. So, and the extended mandate, which then creates a gap of filling in more resources to accommodate the extended mandate in curbing or dealing with the inefficiencies of those entities that have merged to form Sedfa. So that's the conundrum we find ourselves as an agency. Yes, the DG is correct. There are conversations that are happening in terms of how do we stabilize Sedfa from a resource mobilization standpoint, tapping into the other DFIs and the other government opportunities. Government funding that is there, the likes of your NSF, the UIFs, and all of these other structures from government that we could potentially get something to get us going. So that's pretty much what we have received. I think Honorable Macha's question, welcome the feedback from yourself, considering what I've just mentioned. In the positive feedback, it does give us a bit of hope to keep pressing, even though we are in a very wobbly environment, and we're treading on a very thin ice from a resource mobilization or resource and the financial stability, or in terms of meeting this mandate and the demand that is out there. So, Honorable Matulelo, you've touched on the oversight visit showing that post-investment support is not being, there's no capacity there. Like I said, capacity challenges are there from an extended mandate. They were there even before the merger, from a financing point of view, which then means we can share the budget and the clear timeframes in terms of what you are requesting, but sharing it on the basis of what we have. It might be that we need 50, I'm just going to use the number loosely. That's not what we need. Say we need 50 and we have budget to only do 5. And that's all that we can do with the budget that we have at our disposal. Even though we know we need 50, but we get money to do 5, we'll do 5. And then we keep trying to see how do we then maybe have some of the income that we can receive and try and redirect it into the areas that need immediate attention. So that's how we're running. And then you've also mentioned impact assessment as well. I think the other one question was directed to the department. You've mentioned the impact assessment on jobs created, which again, I've said we will come back with that. And then the asset disbursement CE will touch on that. And also the Mount Frere issue, I think CE will touch on that if it's related to asset or any of our programs. I just didn't get the full on context. I don't have the context in terms of was it the Sedfa products and stuff like that. I didn't get that, but if CEO, you've got the information on that, please do come and appraise the honorable member. And I think, Chairperson, I will hand over to the CEO to touch on the other operational questions that I've highlighted with your permission, Madam. Thank you.
Okay.
CEO, please go ahead. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and members, I'll try to be very brief, but answer the questions in totality. The first question was from Honorable Kruger. Indeed, I think it was a very specific question when we do, for example, if you're funding a sole trader or you're funding any other business and the business owner will be working and be part of the business as it is with the small businesses, definitely we do count that as a job, because normally that's how it works, unless if there's a lot of directors and maybe there's 3 but only 2 are involved, then we can't count all of them. So we try to be very thorough in terms of what we record and what we don't record. Moving to the next question that I can just take, indeed, the issue of there was a question on the 748 million and the distribution of that. We do have the data because we keep the data from a provincial point of view. So the number of the amounts as follows. Out of the 748 million disbursement that we reported, the Western Cape received 34 million of that. Northwest received 55 million of that. Mpumalanga 71 million of that. I'm rounding up the numbers. Limpopo 116 million of that. Northern Cape 8 million of that. KZN 123 million of that, and followed by Gauteng and Free State with 189 and 13 million, with Eastern Cape receiving 121 million. So we can provide that data in terms of the breakdown. We have it, and then we know exactly where these clients are. Mostly, you see that in the rural provinces also there is a lot of micro lending that we do, hence the numbers are high in the rural provinces. I will not respond to matters that have been responded to. I think there was an issue of the trade missions, and I think the trade missions, as I was explaining, it goes back to the planning that we do. We missed that target, but it goes back to the planning that we do, which takes place way before, maybe 4 months before the trip takes place. And when it's cancelled last minute, then we are not able then to plan for a quicker one. Hence, we then miss those targets. As I said, Amazon, Istanbul, and so forth, that were missed. Because they involve money, when you plan, you can't have an alternative, and you can't have SMMEs be given alternative, because that may not be talking to the that destination may not be talking to the product of that chosen or selected small business that must undertake that trip. I just wanted to, I think this acknowledgement on Honorable Singh's input that would do definitely make adjustments so that the slides 6 and 7 contains all the information. additional information that was required. We do, on Honorable Webster, on the issue of disbursements. In this case, we achieved both the increased number of small businesses, above the target, and also the funds that we're able to disburse were above the target. So as a result, then when you look at averages, the averages are still higher than what was planned. For example, I'll give a breakdown that on the macro businesses, the average is around 8,000. In terms of what the average loan on the small and medium, the average is around 510,000, mainly because of lower volume applications. On our Kula Credit Guarantee, the average is about 916 per thousand per 116,000 per small business, and 510 on the small and medium businesses, per 510,000 per business. Overall, then you can see that the average becomes lower because there's a big impact on the macro businesses, but we're still higher than the average, which was 18, but then on overall, when we paid out, it became 23. So the average is still higher, mainly because we achieved the high numbers because we dispersed more funding. We didn't achieve it through dispersing the same amount of funding. I think we will then improve on the other issues that have been mentioned. I won't go into details. And lastly, there's an issue or question around asset assist. Indeed, in the quarter, the focus was quarter 4, the focus was approving, getting to go through the 13,000 applications that we received. We had a team. We didn't expect to receive so many applications, but we did dedicate a team to look into those transactions and be able to approve. The team has been sending letters of approval plus contracts because the clients must sign contracts. So we're busy finalizing that and calling those that have received the contracts to bring them back so that we are able to pay. So there's that process that is taking place. But it is our plan that in quarter 1, then we deal with that and finalize that matter. Thank you, Chair. That's all I'll respond to.
Chair, thank you so much. Back to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It is now 1 o'clock. And I see the hands of Honorable Sako and Honorable Webster. I don't know whether these are their legacy hands or are they new hands. And if ever they are new, I'm going to give each of you a minute, because we need to finish off with our meeting.
Sorry, Chairperson, please note my hand. I'm having a gadget problems here. Thank you.
So I have 4 minutes for the 4 of you because I see another hand. Honorable Matulelo and Honorable Mafagane. I'm keeping the time. Please respect the time. 1 minute. Let me start from the end and going up. Honorable Mafagane. I'm starting with you, Honorable Carol.
I'm here, Chairperson. Thank you very much for starting with me. Mine is just one question to Sedfa. What is Sedfa doing to transform the partners in the indirect lending channel? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for respecting your 1 minute. Honorable Matulelo, 1 minute, ma'am. Honorable Matulelo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to say that the minute shame was not sufficient for me, but I will try my best, Chairperson, because there is there is a report where the department has given us here on SMMEs and cooperatives that were supported through incubation program.
Allow me to say you stick to your minute, and then if you still have enough, you can communicate with them through the WhatsApp or email.
Okay, Chairperson. So they said they've got 824 SMMEs and cooperatives that were supported through incubation program against target of 1,000. I think this is a Chairperson significant number, but we would appreciate clarity
the following: who are the incubators responsible for delivering this support? Who sits on the board of these incubators? Where are these incubators located specifically in terms of provinces and municipalities? Given the historical low number of the cooperatives supported by the department and Sedfa, please indicate of the 824 supported entities, how many are cooperatives? We have observed challenges in the Limpopo regarding incubation practices. Therefore, how frequently is the performance and impact of these incubators monitored monthly, quarterly, and so forth and so forth? We see that Sedfa has approved applications, but as a developmental institution, how many applications do they reject quarterly? And we want to know where are these and how are they assisted to meet requirements? Because Sedfa should not just reject applications, but also give feedback to help our people. They must give them in their emails as they promised. Chairperson, the last one, Sedfa is waiting for concurrence on the CEO from the principal. The department and the deputy minister are here. They must explain when is the CEO of Sedfa going to be advertised and appointed. I'm so sorry, Chairperson, I was just finishing up. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Please. Otherwise, next time you will force me not to open the 1 minute if we are done with our meeting. Please, ma'am. Honorable Webster, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to, first of all, recognize the response, particularly first recognize all the responses and thank the departments and Sedfa for quite comprehensive responses on this call, but to also then specifically recognize the response regarding the funding, that the funding that was dispersed was above the target, not only just in terms of businesses funded, but also in amounts. That's really, really encouraging. And then I wanted to speak to the issue of Sedfa. And I want to ask that as a committee, this is something that we look into. This is something that we really, really do need to, and I know time's up now, because if we still had time, I would have asked the deputy minister to address the issue, but I would like for us to note it as something to be recorded, put on record, and something to note as an agenda item for engagement. If Sedfa is not a funded mandate, we need an explanation from the department as to how they are supposed to function and what other support is being given to them in order for them to be able to function well, because it's actually alarming.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Honorable Sedfa, 1 minute.
Thanks, Chair. I will just take 1 minute. The first question, Chair, is I raised was about the money that was spent on the research project that the department conducted. I haven't got an answer, and I will really want that answer. How much was it? The second question, Chair, it's okay that the board chair answered. I want to check now to the deputy minister, because he's here. The response is that they are waiting for the concurrence from the executive. As the ministry, when are they giving that concurrence? And where is the process right now? I will be glad if I can get the answer, because, Chair, we can't then in a meeting blame the entity for non-performance while the department or the ministry is not doing their part. They must give us an answer. When are they dealing with the matter of the CEO? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for sticking to your 1 minute. I appreciate. I will also request that I allocate 5 minutes to the department. I see Ndataramdumo's hand, and the others that are going to then come in. You share your 5 minutes in responding. Over to you, Ndataramdumo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Mtente was appointed last year to conduct research, and we spent 726,000 rand. Thank you, ma.
Thank you. Any other one? Deputy Minister? Is the Deputy Minister still here? Okay, DG, are you here? Honorable members, it looks like, hello?
Yeah, Chairperson, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I am here and I just want in my closing remarks to just the issues that have been raised as follow-up issues that we need to come back and make presentations will be guided properly by the process, the way it is done, so that we can come back and be in a position to come and give those reports, because we are count here. But we have taken note of the concerns, we have taken note of the questions we have responded to, but where we need to also beef up, that has been noted, Chairperson. I think I'm under my 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Introduction. Let me just say this. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and thank you very much to the members for your input, and we are taking your input very seriously as we continue to account to this committee, and also we will always make sure that if there's anything outstanding or any questions outstanding, the department and our agencies will always respond to that. So at this stage, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and members and the department led by the DG and Sedfa led by the Chairperson and the acting CEO, I would like to thank you all and appreciate your time. If there is anything outstanding, we will then attend to it and make sure that members receive it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On that note, I would want to say to the department and the agencies that you have heard the Honorable Malemati talking about the new choice group that are now displaying the products in a very big shop, whereby obviously these people are going to end up making a nice money to take home at the end of the day. We visited Limpopo not long, and we went to Mobile. We've seen well, others are struggling and got promises that they will need help in a week's time. I'm sure Guntatera Mudumo and the acting CEO are on those promises, and we have seen others who were doing so well. So I want to say to the departments and the agency, the lives of the entrepreneurs, for them to develop are in your hands. Please make sure that you pull up your source and then you respond to these people, and that will be good. We might not praise you for the good work that you're doing, but at the end of your day, you will meet your God who will say to you, well done, or what did you do? Why didn't you assist to those people? And those will be harsh words, I believe, from God to the spirit that will be existing in front of you. So what we want is to make sure that this department really do its work. We visited PE lately. I got an invitation. I've seen the good work that the department is doing in that university with regard to the funding, and the lives of the young ones are being developed. You know, they are able to buy trucks and formulate their own companies, whereby people will come and train for license while they are still at the university because of this department. So I would want to encourage the department to keep on doing the good job. On that note, King, where are we on the program? I really want to thank you for appearing, Deputy Minister. We appreciate if we have you in the meeting. We are done with the issue of the deliberation and recommendations. Now we are going to adopt and amend the 2025 second term committee program. At least we have noted the report. Thank you very much. If the department and the agency would want to continue to be with us in the meeting, you are welcome. But if you have any other issues to attend to, you are free to do that. Honorable members, we are now going to look on the program so that at the end of the day, we adopt the program. Why is the font size so small, King? And when you try to enlarge it, okay. Honorable members, let us go through the program. Yes, King, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think you can remind members that this amended program was due to the amendment that was created by the change of fiscus framework. So we did inform members that we were given the brief and the directive from the Office of the House Chairperson that we have to amend the program since there is an amendment on the fiscus framework. Okay. So now, sorry. Thank you, Chair. So now the program, as we're amending it, we took into consideration the directive of the House Chairperson, and we also took into consideration what was sponsored by the members when we were doing the first program. So now, today we were getting the briefing from the department on their Q4, and then next week we are going to get the briefing on progress report on Spaza Shop Support Fund, which will also go together with the implementation program or plan in the implementation of 500 million fund that was meant for Spaza shops. And then on the 28th of May, we shall be getting a briefing on the progress on this Vacolin Holdings. And then we are also going to consider and adopt the 2025 March Limpopo Oversight Report that will be on the 28th of May. Then on the 4th of June, we shall be getting the progress in the implementation of 2023 March Northwest and 2024 October Northern Cape Oversight recommendations of the committee, or what the department, what are plans or what progress has the department made in implementing those recommendations. And then on the 11th of June, we shall be considering and adopting, getting the briefing. Remember that when we were in Limpopo, there was a call and there was a suggestion that the MFIs be invited to the committee to brief the committee on their funding models. So now we've put that as an item for the 11th of June. Then on the 18th of June, because now the department have been given that they must submit their amended strategic and annual performance plan by the 11th of June. So now we are going to have those briefings for 25-26 annual performance plan and strategic plans of the department and the entity on the 18th of June. And then on the 25th, Wednesday, 25th of June, we shall be considering and adopting the budget vote report. So these briefings that are taking place on the 18th of June, they are being done with an objective of developing a budget vote report. So now this budget vote the report will be adopted on the 25th of June, because on the 27th, which is a Friday of June, that's when the budget vote debate will be taking place. That is vote 36 of the small business development from 10 to 12. Hence, then before the budget vote is debated, the committee must, as according to rule, have adopted the report, the budget vote report. Then on the 2nd of July and the 9th of July, there's a bit of something that is a confusion, because parliamentary program, it's saying there will be mini plenaries that are starting at 10, where they're going to be doing the budget vote debates. So now they indicate that mini plenaries, they start at 10. At the same time, it indicates that there is a slot for committees. So that is why we've just put the second on the 9th, that will be the administrative work, and on the 2nd, that will be considering the minutes, because we are not sure whether they are still going to consider that be only the mini plenaries, or they're still going to maintain the question of committees, because it becomes a problem that you cannot sit for 30 minutes when there was a budget vote that is starting, or a mini plenary that is starting at 10. Then on the 16th of July, we shall be getting briefings on the programs and assisted targeting for cooperatives, development and support. This has been the idea that came from the committee, that we must get the details, having seen that there have been some lack of support for cooperatives. So now they wanted to get the detailed what are plans for the department, ensuring that the support is enhanced for the cooperatives. And then we shall also be trying to get the briefing from the department on programs that is in place for participation of MMMEs in the G20 summit undertaking. The reason for this, it is informed by, there have been some dated emails and messages towards the office of the chairperson. There are some SMMEs that are asking what they should do, how to participate in this G20 summit. Hence, then we had to put it here as an item where maybe the department can give us direction, so that members can be appraised also on how to inform the MSMMEs in their constituencies of how they could participate in this G20 summits, as it is what is happening in South Africa so far. Then on the 23rd of July, or Wednesday, we, in a parliamentary program, there'll be a plenary that starts at 10. Hence, members will just be informed that they have to attend that plenary. Then, chairperson, also I can try to indicate that on the most of our meetings will be virtual in this quarter. The reason for that, it was informed by the information that the dome will not be functioning in Parliament, and it's going to be a hybrid of all the sittings. So we have seen that since it's a hybrid, then we can have our meetings virtually, so that we cannot have to take members to physical meetings and have a problem when they are not going to go to plenaries in the afternoon. The only physical meeting that have been planned is the one of the 18th, where when we're getting the briefings on the strategic and annual performance plans for 25-26 in preparation for the budget vote, and then also when we are going to be considering the budget vote report on the 25th of May. That will be in the boardroom 4031, and then in the S26 first floor in the NSOP. And then on Friday, we believe that because it will be a debate on the budget vote of the Department of Small Business. So as a committee, members will be expected to be in-house, which will be taking place in Good Hope Chamber. And it has been indicated that all these mini plenars, they are going to be hybrid. So priority, I think it will be given to the members of the committee. Hence, then there's going to be a fiscal meeting. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And then from there, on the 23rd, it will be the last, or let me say the meeting will be the last meeting on the 16th. Then on the 23rd, because there's a plenary, they won't have a meeting, and then it's going to have a constituency period which start on the 28th of July till the 1st of September. Members can note that we are no longer having an oversight as per the previous program, and can note also that this program, it's now going to take place up until the 28th of July. In the previous one, that indicated that between the 27th of June, we're going to have an oversight week. So that has been cancelled with these changes of the fiscal framework. So, Chairperson, here is the program, and I will hear from the members, and then we need to adopt it so as to the program that will be following for this quarter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, King, for the presentation of the program. Before I allow the members to then talk to the program, I would want to firstly say the members should note that we wanted the Vecolin holdings to come, the report to come before any other things. But then now, as we were supposed to put it before it is on the agenda now, we checked the availability of the minister, because we don't want a person who will come and do the presentation and thereafter we have been referred to the minister. So the minister on the first week, she won't be in the country, but on that week, whereby we are saying we have agreed as the management committee that we should put it there, that is when the minister will be available in the country, and she'll be able to attend the meeting and do the presentation. And I'm sure the deputy minister is also listening. She's still in our meeting. I can see her. She must also avail herself, because we want everybody in the meeting on that day when we'll be receiving the report of the Vecolin holdings. Thank you so much, honorable members. There is a program presented to us. Can I see by a show of hands? The hands are gone. Assist me. Oh yeah, I saw it. So that we then talk to the program and adopt it. Thank you very much. I see the hand of Honorable Sapo, Honorable Singh, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't have a lot, just two things on the 2 week Wednesdays that are scheduled for minutes and committee administrative works. I think, Chair, if it is because of the mini plenaries, or whether the Secretariat is still not sure on what will happen on those 2 weeks, on those 2 Wednesdays, let's rather wait up until there's something that is clear about that, than to say we are going to have a Wednesday that will be considering the adoption of the minutes, or we'll have another Wednesday that will still consider adoption of the minutes that would have been adopted in the previous Wednesday, and administrative matters. For me, Chair, we rather not have anything in those 2 Wednesdays until it's clear on what is going to happen. And if it's possible for us to sit committee meetings, we then find items for those 2 Wednesdays. There's no way that we can sit for 4 hours just for minutes. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sapo. I'm sure the Secretariat are noting your request. Honorable Cheryl, see?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the Secretary for this updated report. Chair, I would just like to, firstly, I think the Secretary has been quite clear in terms of those 2 Wednesdays where he's just got minutes and administrative matters, because right now there's no decision about whether the committees are actually going to sit if there's plenaries and there's budget votes. So we can deal with that and update the program as information becomes available. However, what I would like to just find out, please, or make a suggestion, that perhaps on the 4th of June, we include an item, and maybe Mr. Gumede can actually tell us what was the name of that item, because he said it would only take about half an hour, and that the tool that he had, that was a tracking tool, so of all decisions and things that we had taken in the committee, and to make sure that we follow up on those things. Can we please include that on the 4th of June? I'm not sure, maybe he can just comment on what the exact name of it is. And then there was supposed to be a seminar on red tape that doesn't seem to have been put into the program here at the moment as well. So I'm not sure if that can be fit in. And my last input is that this update on the spaza shop, thank you very much for the progress update, for putting it in next week. That is critical and it's important, and I appreciate that. But I think we must schedule it almost on a monthly basis, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, to get further updates, so that we are at least on a monthly basis at one of those meetings, or every 6 weeks, we are getting progress updates. It wasn't a once-off thing. So please, if that can be considered and looked into. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. I am sure on the issue that was raised by the content advisor, that we can have it as a tracking tool in order to track, as you say, Honorable Member, the work that has been done by the department by the committee, and we check as to how far the department are with the responses. I think that one makes sense, but on the other issues that we have raised, remember, whatever we discuss needs to via the management committee. So I would request the secretariat to shelve it, and then after it has been discussed in the management committee, then we can then feature it in our program. But honorable members, allow me to say, I really want to thank you for taking part in this program, and then now I will want to see a hand or hands of honorable members who will say, let's agree on the program, adopt it, and continue with it. Can I see by a show of hand? Honorable members, I see the hand of Sarah again. Over to you.
You asked us to indicate by a show of hands that we are going ahead with your thing. So yes. I'm just indicating. Thank you.
Thank you.
It should be you move for the adoption, and then it must be seconded.
That's what I wanted to say. You know, it's long we've been in this meeting and we are home. There's no food here. I still need to go and prepare food and take my treatment, my midday treatment. So,
okay, Chair, I'm moving for the adoption.
Thank you.
And with the amendments that may be discussed at the management committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear one. Thank you, honorable member. Any supporter? Honorable Chris Malimacha.
No, thank you, Chair. I stand to support the move by Honorable Singh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Singh moved and Honorable Malimacha supported. Take us back to the agenda of the day, Secretary. Thank you very much. We are now on the last item, the item that deals with closing remarks and closure. I don't have any remarks. We have talked, we've exhausted in this meeting whatever I wanted to say, except to say thank you very much for availing yourself for the meeting, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you,
Goodbye.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
Mr. Malimaji.
Eta, you want me to go out?
No. Can we have a small 5 minutes discussion with you and the chairperson after this meeting?
I'm available, Secretary.
Or can we call and link me
Yes,
with
it's
the
fine.
chair?
Yeah,
If the
must
chair
I?
is fine, because she was saying it was hung.
So what must we do? Must we leave this one?
Yes, better to let's
Okay.
discuss over the phone. Thank you.